And silence your mobile phones. Authorities, distinguished guests, good morning. We now begin the second day of the International Conference of Cultural Heritage Protection in Crisis Areas. Today, the role of moderator is up to Dr. Jonas Alberoth, Folk Bernadotte Academy Deputy Director and Principal Senior Advisor. Thus, invite him to take the floor, and we thank him for his precious contribution.
Thank you very much for that. Can you hear me loud and clear? Is the microphone on? Great. It actually turns out that our master of ceremony is the real doctor who will become a doctor. I'm not a doctor, but I will operate under that disguise during the day. My name is Jonas Alberoth, and I was the acting Director General and the Deputy Director General of the Folke Bernadotte Academy, FBA, of Sweden for many years. I may even have qualified as cultural heritage. Currently, though, I'm a principal senior advisor, and I am the Academy's representative in several international organizations and our key partnerships, including with COESPO. And I've even been entrusted with a genuine Carabinieri hat to prove it. I fought long and hard yesterday on how to best frame the conference, core content and purpose, our shared so what, in order to have a common point of departure and to be able to include all those additional guests that have joined us today and who were not with us yesterday. Thankfully, Chief Warrant Officer Luigi Portacci of the Carabinieri Command for the Protection of Cultural Heritage came to my rescue. When I visited the beautiful exhibition at the COESPO premises, I was quite curious about the artifacts that had been selected and the layout of the conference, and the warrant officer explained with deep knowledge, sincere passion and genuine concern for his guests and visitors what it was all about. And this was not displayed on any signpost, but there were selection criteria for the exhibition. And the intention was to, in a nutshell, summarize what cultural heritage protection is all about. The first few glass cabinets represented public awareness and restitution of cultural heritage. It was quite a gripping story when a collector had been gathering artifacts for many years, perhaps using dubious channels and acting in a partly shady way. Then this enormous private collection was inherited by his daughter. And the daughter thought long and how what to do with all the artifacts after her father. She knew, thanks to public awareness of the Carabinieri and its role in relation to cultural protection, so she contacted them and she asked, what should I do? And that was quite a generous act of her to reach out and to be able to hand all these artifacts back to the right authorities. And I sort of inquired a little bit, so what happened with the lady? Was she rewarded in any way? And the warrant officer rapidly answered, no, it was enough to be a good citizen. And while she was on the phone, another Carabinieri officer added, we had already surrounded her house. I'm joking now. The second section of the wonderful exhibition was about rescue. And this was in relation to the devastating earthquakes in southern Italy in 2016. And to see that these artifacts had been able to be rescued, and also by purpose, by the preservers, they had left visible scars in them in order to include that element of their history. It's almost like the Japanese art of mending broken porcelain with visible lines of gold in them, and they become even more beautiful when you capture their history in that way. The third part of the exhibition was focused on cultural diplomacy, negotiations between authorities and countries in order to retrieve and hand back artifacts. and the final part focused on investigations. When artifacts are found, this was an example from the internet, and when a thorough investigation takes place and the artifact can be retrieved. And I think that was quite a beautiful way of capturing this complicated work in its 4 operational strands. And was it also a gesture for us as guests and visitors? I asked the warrant officer, what will happen with the exhibition after this? No, this was uniquely done for the high-level conference and for our guests. And I think that was quite considerate of our host of COESPO. When we arrived at the conference, we were warmly greeted by COESPO staff and their current 5 interns. One of the interns happens to be a student from the University of Bologna. And that reminded me of a story. And I'm taking a bit of a chance now to share an anecdote from a part of a country where the room is full of expert knowledge and people coming from this part of Italy. I bet that almost everyone in this auditorium have studied at the university. But do you know where the word university comes from? What is the origin of the word? You may think that it has something to do with universality or the search for universal knowledge, but it has nothing to do with that at all. It actually represents universitas, the union between those who want to learn and those who teach. The union between students and teachers. And I thought that embodied what the overall intention with this conference is, i.e. to bring the key stakeholders together to form an emerging global union for expertise, practitioners and researchers on the issue of cultural heritage protection. And that brings us to here and now. Because now that union will be expanded by representatives of the surrounding system and their engagement and support to COESPO's endeavor. They will be represented by the province of Vicenza, the town of Vicenza, the Carabinieri Command for the Protection of Cultural Heritage, and the Carabinieri Senior Command. And now, myself and the Master of Ceremony, the real doctor, we form a small union within the union, because in order to run this session smoothly, he has kindly agreed to introduce the speakers' names in melodic and native Italian. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. COESPO. COESPO Director Colonel Giuseppe De Magistris.
Morning, distinguished authorities, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the International Conference on Cultural Heritage in Crisis Area. This is held in this fabulous building, the city center of Vicenza, UNESCO Heritage Site. Indeed, the city of Vicenza is a UNESCO Heritage Site. First step. Then, first and foremost, allow me to convey my heartfelt gratitude to the Deputy Commanding General. Galletta found the time in a very, very busy schedule to attend these conferences. This gives us a huge responsibility. We will not disappoint you. We will do our utmost best not to disappoint you, sir. And also to General Francesco Gargaro for being here. We, along is the Commanding General of the Carabinieri for Cultural Heritage Protection Unit. And together we crafted this course. But the cooperation is for sure very promising. And we did a lot in the past. We do a lot in the future as well. So now, Eccellenza, the Prefect of Vicenza, thank you for your time. Thank you to the Mayor of the city, the Questore, the Carabinieri, the Guardia di Finanza Commanding Officer, brothers and sisters in arms from the European Gendarmerie Force and the NATO Stability Police Center of Excellence, which I had the honor to lead for the last almost 4 years, still here. But also to Her Excellence, Madame Ambassador Alena Kupskina from the Organization for Security Cooperation in Europe, the Deputy Commanding General of the CTAF, the US Army Southern European Task Force, and last but not least, my apologies, I'm going by heart, General Deliso, the Commanding General of the Legion of the Carabinieri. And then don't forgive me if I do not thank you, all of you, each one of you, for being here. For me, this audience is already a success, having you here. The lineup is impressive. But then allow me to convey my heartfelt, sincere gratefulness, appreciation to my team, my new team. We have been working together today for 3 years in a row, 90 days. But I'm really thrilled for your cooperation. I will thank only one person because it's the Office of Primary Responsibility of this. Arrigo, where are you? Yes, I can see you. Only because you are the Office of Primary Responsibility, but as I said yesterday, it's far easier carrying out a police crackdown rather than organizing a conference. It's far easier. Two moving pieces, the fugitives are less dynamic sometimes. And then let me touch upon also another subject matter, the Army Monuments Officer training that we concluded 2 days ago, thanks to the support of Scott DeJett's team, the US Army Psychological Operations and Civil Affairs Command. And we ran out the Monuments main training. Today is in the front page of the Vicenza News. So, Scott, thank you so much. The Peacekeeping and Stability Operation Institute supported us. The Department of State as well supported the funding for the students, and who I see here, they are senior officer students, I call them, but still senior officers. So during yesterday's panels, the experience gained both in the operational theaters and after most recent natural disaster, domestically and abroad, have been compared, analyzed, gauged, in order to identify how best stability policing can rapidly, effectively ensure the protection of cultural heritage. So today we'll see the outcomes, but we'll discuss in depth about the subject matter. In addition to the direct consequences for the civil population, armed conflict have always had an impact on cultural heritage, either in the form of damages caused during the kinetic phase, bombs fall, or because of looting, theft, vandalism, to say the least. This is not sometimes something which falls within a wider strategy of ethnic cleansing. We have to look at Ukraine or Rwanda, examples. In today's complex, multifaceted, multi-domain, multi-dimensional environment, the protection of cultural property is also linked to the fight against serious organized crime and terrorism. As often, the illicit trade of works of art finances criminal groups worldwide. And for those in the law enforcement, we should remember that we must follow the money always to track criminals. Legally speaking, there are a number of instruments that specifically address cultural heritage protection, both during peacetime and conflicts, in the form of international treaties, humanitarian law, human rights law, and customary law. Now a question for you. Do they suffice? I know, unfortunately, they don't suffice. In fact, despite the best effort of the international community, recent history has shown how cultural heritage is still targeted, is still in jeopardy in the course of conflicts. Sometimes this happens with a purely destructive purpose. Think about the Buddha statues in Afghanistan in 2001. Sometimes it's just the result of vandalism, of looting, because they want to sell back these pieces of art, Daesh, iconoclasts, and then they sold the statues in the market in London. By the way, it was a carabinier from the Cultural Property Protection Unit who found these statues in the market in London. Sometimes, again, but I want to stress this, is a means to annihilate population memories in a broader, heinous ethnic cleansing strategy. So protecting cultural heritage is still relevant and falls under the wider remit of human security and protection of civilians. The police force is daily bread. It is indeed our center of gravity. This is epitomized the United Nations Security Council Resolution 2347 of 2017, as well as in the doctrine complementary to the United Nations 2030 Development Agenda. There is a piece which is relevant to cultural property protection. This initiative led to the establishment of the Blue Helmet, something which is very dear to the Carabinieri, as well as to the United for Heritage Task Force, something which was mentioned yesterday by the representative of the UNESCO during the conference yesterday. And as you might guess, COESPU centers its remit on policing, our daily bread, as I said, and therefore takes a specific stance towards the protection of cultural heritage in both in replacement or reinforcing missions. Stability policing, in fact, may be the only actor in a fragile state which can deal with such subject matters. This means that stability policing is often the only counterpart to national and international agencies worldwide challenged by complex transnational investigations. Agencies which are looking for reliable partners in fragile states. Here we are, because we must bring culpable before the justice. We must dismantle, not counter, dismantle organized crime and terrorism. We must sever the financial means, the financial streams behind organized crime and terrorism. And the industry behind this market, illicit market, behind this trafficking is huge. So stability policing can go even further. It is a fact that in situations of conflict, indigenous police forces and in a wider sense, national relevant authorities are often unable or unwilling to manage their cultural goods in an efficient and appropriate way. Thankfully, stability policing assets specialized in cultural heritage protection have the skills and the expertise to step up the challenge. A robust legal framework is required, though. And then, what is stability policing? I will not quiz those who attended yesterday's conference, but for those who attended today, what is it? What are we talking about? Only NATO has got an agreed definition about stability policing. So we are talking about police-related activities aimed at either reinforcing or temporarily replacing indigenous police forces in fragile states, with the specific aim to uphold the rule of law, protect the civilians, implement, to contribute to the restoration of public order security. Again, our daily bread back in our countries. But which means do we utilize? Which are the ways, hands of our job? For sure, we work also under the threshold of war with the non-lethal means, ways, and ends, or less than lethal. This fosters the battle of narratives. Indeed, the cultural heritage preservation can assist in rebuilding societies and upholding the legitimacy of local government in the aftermath of a conflict. And in many cases, it can tremendously support the economical revival of a country, as I said, as well as foster the battle of narratives. This is conducive to long-term peace, stability, and development. We must bear it in mind. And this crafts, really as an artist, national identity. We are indeed looking forward to the outcomes of this conference. Yesterday, I threatened those who attended the conference, sir, because I said, you will not get out from these barracks without actionable items. You remember, John? Indeed, they have lots of actionable items, sir. I trust that the outcomes of this conference will constitute a precious reference and a significant help to all the practitioners who are bound to be deployed in any theater of operations or in the aftermath of a natural disaster. Think about Morocco, for instance. Everything has been wiped away. So I do thank you for your participation. Sir, once again, many thanks. I'm really honored for your presence here. I wish you a very fruitful and pleasant stay in this UNESCO heritage site. The municipality is very supportive, Mr. Mayor. Many, many thanks also for the other events that we organize. two recommendations, not three. One, we do not get out without actionable items. Two, do not forget to visit the exhibition, will be open until this afternoon. Three, influence your leadership. I do thank you for your attention.
Prende la parola Sua Eccellenza, il prefetto di Vicenza, dottore Salvatore Caccamo.
Buongiorno a tutti. Porgo il mio saluto al direttore del Centro di Eccellenza per la Polizia di Stabilità di Vicenza, colonnello dei Carabinieri Giuseppe De Magistris, e lo ringrazio per aver voluto ospitare un breve saluto del prefetto in occasione dell'apertura dei lavori della conferenza odierna.
Distinguished authorities, let me express my greetings to the Director of the Center of Excellence for the Stability Policy Unit in Vicenza, Colonel Giuseppe De Magistri. And let me thank him for hosting a brief greeting from the Prefect at the opening of today's conference.
Saluto poi tutte le autorità presenti, tra cui vorrei citare in modo particolare il generale Riccardo Galletta, vicecomandante generale dell'Arma dei Carabinieri, il generale di brigata Giuseppe De Liso, comandante della Legione Carabinieri Veneto. Saluto inoltre il sindaco, dottor Giacomo Possamai, e il vicepresidente di Confindustria, dottor Giovanni Dolcetta Capuzzo. Rivolgo infine un saluto a tutte le autorità e gli altri partecipanti qui convenuti e colgo volentieri l'occasione per esprimere il mio plauso in merito all'evento che mira a sviscerare un tema che ritengo di assoluta rilevanza: la tutela dei beni culturali, in quanto tale, soprattutto se considerata nell'ambito delle attività dello stability policing e per sua stessa natura espressione di un approccio che considero intimamente legato al modello Carabinieri e dunque italiano, poiché da essi sviluppato nel dare risposte alle popolazioni e ai governi in patria come all'estero in situazioni di crisi o di conflitto.
My regards go to all the authorities present here, among whom I would like to make a special mention of General Riccardo Galletta, Carabinieri Deputy Commander, General Maurizio Stefanizzi, Commander Carabinieri Vittorio Veneto, e Brigadier General Giuseppe De Liso, Commander Carabiniere Region Veneto. Furthermore, a special greeting goes to me, Dr. Giacomo Possomai, and to the Vice President of Confindustria, Dr. Giovanni Dolcetta Capuzzo. Lastly, I would like to greet all the other authorities and participants and take this opportunity to express my appreciation for the event, which aims to explore a topic of absolute importance. By virtue of its nature, the protection of cultural heritage in the context of stability policing activities is a field I consider intimately interconnected to Carabinieri's core values and therefore to Italian standards.
Nel quotidiano le forze di polizia e talvolta anche le forze armate sono chiamate a gestire le diverse, spesso gravose esigenze per assicurare l'ordine pubblico e la sicurezza pubblica, per tutelare i diritti umani e per promuovere lo Stato di diritto. Più il territorio è gravato da insicurezza ed esposto a minacce di natura ibrida, criminale, terroristica o militare, più crescono le difficoltà nell'applicazione della legge e la legittimità delle istituzioni viene messa in discussione.
Daily, police forces and sometimes the armed forces are called upon to manage the diverse and often onerous requirements needed to ensure public order and security, the protection of human rights, and the promotion of the rule of law. The more that global communities are burdened by insecurity and exposed to threats of a hybrid, criminal, terrorist, or military nature, the more difficult it is for this institution to enforce the law. The legitimacy of this institution is then called into question.
Non stupisce quindi che nelle aree di maggiori crisi vi sia un'aumentata richiesta di forze dell'ordine efficaci, oneste e non orientate etnicamente. Ricordo il Kosovo, in cui nel 1999 le forze di polizia sono state addirittura ritirate, lasciando il territorio e la popolazione prive di un qualsiasi servizio di sicurezza. La Bosnia ed Erzegovina, dove nel 1998 l'apparato di polizia sì esisteva, ma le sue prestazioni erano fortemente influenzate e diminuite da motivazioni etniche. Ed infine l'Afghanistan, dove la popolazione non nutriva alcuna fiducia nella polizia, poiché è endemicamente corrotta.
It is therefore not surprising that, in the areas of greatest crisis, there is an increased demand for effective, honest, and not ethnically oriented police forces. I recall Kosovo, where in 1999 the police force was even withdrawn, leaving the territory, and the population without any security service. Bosnia and Herzegovina, where in 1998 the police apparatus did exist, but its performance was strongly influenced and diminished by ethnic motivations. And finally, Afghanistan, where the population had no confidence in the police and they were endemically corrupt.
In patria come all'estero le forze dell'ordine mirano a tutelare la società e l'individuo in uno strettissimo legame, tutela e protezione da attacchi e molteplici minacce che, essendo reati, necessitano prima di tutto una risposta di polizia. Ecco che lo strumento dello stability policing diventa per sua natura, per esperienza e perizia dei suoi componenti, un assetto indispensabile nel processo di stabilizzazione e pacificazione dei conflitti.
At home, as well as abroad, law enforcement aims at protecting society and individuals as a whole from potential attacks, threats, and crimes that require first and foremost a police response. Hence, the instrument of stability policy becomes an indispensable tool in the process of stabilization and the pacification of conflicts, crucial to face today's challenging dynamics.
E quindi in un quadro geopolitico internazionale sempre più delicato, dinamico e intricato, che ritengo stia crescendo ancora di più il rilievo dello stability policing quale strumento operativo per gli interventi in situazioni di crisi e capacità militare per fornire un servizio di polizia a beneficio dei paesi fragili e delle loro popolazioni, anche in relazione alla tutela del patrimonio culturale.
Behind stability policing, a military capability that provides a police service for the benefit of population in fragile countries. These include the protection of cultural heritage.
In tale contesto non posso menzionare l'alta professionalità del centro di eccellenza a cui ho attribuito il mio personale apprezzamento e che in seguito agli importanti traguardi raggiunti assurge oggi a modello in ambito internazionale di cui andiamo orgogliosamente fieri. Analogamente rivolgo un particolare riconoscimento agli altri comandi che operano all'interno di questa istituzione, la Gendarmeria Europea e il Centro di Eccellenza per lo Stability Policing della NATO.
In this context, I would be remiss if I did not mention the high level of professionalism of the Center of Excellence for the Stability Policy Units, to which my personal appreciation goes, and which is the model international arena. Similarly, I address special recognition to the other commands operating at the Center of Excellence for Stability Policy Units, the European Gendarmerie Force Permanent Headquarters, and the NATO Center of Excellence for Stability Policy.
Concludo esprimendo a tutti i miei migliori auguri per un fruttuoso prosieguo dei lavori, nella consapevolezza che anche questa conferenza potrà portare il suo contributo a costituire le migliori condizioni per garantire pace e sicurezza durature nel mondo. Grazie.
I'm convinced that this conference will contribute to marking the way for lasting peace and security across the world. Prende la parola il sindaco di Vicenza, il dottor Giacomo Possanai.
Mr. Mayor, thank you so much once again. Just for the translation, Syndacon stands for mayor.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the city of Vicenza, I am delighted to welcome you here. This past year, we have experienced conflicts in many different parts of the world. Most notably, Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. This includes the damage and destruction of cultural property. It's a source of great pride for Vicenza to host in the Generale Chinotto Barracks the Center of Excellence for Stability Policy Units, the European Gendarmerie Force Permanent Headquarters, and the NATO Stability Policing Center of Excellence. These three entities specialize in stability policing in activities that ensure the rule of law and uphold protection of human rights in military operations constitutes a center of global significance in our town, a real international stability police hub. I am also glad to thank the Carabinieri. They are an expression of Italian excellence within both the military and the police world that, thanks to their undisputed and vast experience gained in numerous international missions, includes the protection of cultural heritage. Today's event is focused on the role of the stability police while policing in crisis situations. It brings together the leading military, academic, and institutional experts, and numerous international organizations. I really trust that this combination of skills and expertise will contribute to support the best use of stability policing principles through cooperation and collaboration with the aim to manage current and future crises involving cultural heritage with ever-improving effectiveness. I'm very grateful the great work you do to maintain peace and stability in critical areas across the globe in these difficult times. I wish you all a fruitful conference and a joyful stay in Vicenza. Thank you very much.
Prende la parola il comandante del Comando Carabinieri, tutela e patrimonio culturale, il signor generale di brigata Francesco Gargaro.
Good morning to everyone. General Galletta, authorities, distinguished guests, we are arrived to the last of the 3 days international conference, and thanks to the work carried out, useful elements have been collected. These results will be shared today in order to put forward proposals that will guarantee the introduction of new concepts concerning the protection of cultural heritage at a global level, paying attention particularly to crisis area and to the possibility of drawing up guidelines suitable at an international level alongside diplomatic initiative. The construction and maintenance of peace in the context of global security planning cannot ignore the guarantee of the protection of cultural heritage and identities. We have seen, in fact, how the component often becomes the target during attacks to the population, precisely because its enormous identity value and the sense of belonging and social cohesion rooted in the communities that share it. Even if the devastation of cultural heritage is considered a war crime, as stated by the 1954 The Hague Protocol, very often we witness not only its damage, but also its improper use, which doesn't allow its fair and correct conversation. This is the case, for example, of the ancient fortifications which, precisely in the hypothetical respect of international convention for the protection of cultural heritage during the armed conflict, are supposed never to be hit by the other party, and for this reason, but also due to their structural conformation. They are often transformed into military camps with consequent irreversible damage. It's also important to remain that the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development was felt to need to include, as a global to be achieved, the increasing effort to protect and safeguard the world's cultural and natural heritage, going beyond the concept of cultural heritage of the individual nation, until now expressed in the various national legislations. A global heritage that must be protected and for which the deployment of continents with an adequate level of skills and specializations are necessary as same-day initiatives such as the one we enjoy in these days. Once again, thank you to everyone for your presence and for your contribution. Thank you so much.
Prende la parola il vice comandante generale dell'Arma dei Carabinieri e comandante delle unità mobili specializzate, generale di Corpo d'Armata Riccardo Galletta.
Good morning to everybody. Does anybody hear me? Distinguished authorities and dear guests, first of all, let me convey to all of you the regards of the Carabinieri Commanding General, Lieutenant General Teo Luzzi. My gratitude as Deputy General Commander goes to the Prefect of Vicenza, His Excellency Dr. Salvatore Caccamo, to the Mayor of the city of Vicenza, Dr. Giacomo Possamani, and to the other local and international authorities I see in front of me for honoring us with their presence today. Then, let me also express a big thanks both to the Commander of the Carabinieri Cultural Heritage Protection, Brigadier General Gargaro, and to the Director of the Center of Excellence for Stability Police Units, Colonel De Magistris, for their joint effort, which gathered today such a large group of international experts. Cultural heritage is a vital part of everybody's identity. Similarly, the protection of cultural and natural heritage is critical in preserving a country's identity. Wars always result in the tragic loss of human life, but oftentimes they also lead to the mindless destruction of cultural property, as demonstrated by recent conflicts, which are seriously threatening cultural heritage, both material and immaterial, including religious monuments, archaeological sites, libraries, and many other features. In an area characterized by the so-called weaponization of everything, deliberate and systemic attacks on cultural heritage have become a common features of contemporary warfare that endangers both peoples directly involved and the humankind in its entirety. Cultural heritage is indeed a common good. In this vein, it is crucial to identify preparatory, emergency, and recovery measures to preserve cultural property during conflicts, being culture, security, and peace strictly intertwined. To this end, the relevance of a mutual knowledge of strengths, weaknesses, threats, and opportunities related to cultural heritage protections in crisis areas constitutes a common basis for the military and law enforcement, with the support from academia to uphold such a universal patrimony. Hence today's conference, to emphasize the extraordinary value of culture for humanity and raise awareness about the threatens its preservation, but also to promote worldwide peace and prosperity, because cultural heritage protection is not only a fundamental human activity in itself, but it is also a vital element of any peace-building vision. In other words, the integration of cultural heritage protection in crisis and post-conflict areas should get the primacy, since it is instrumental in achieving sustainable long-term peace and development. Similarly, the protection of cultural heritage squarely falls into the stability policing remit, being stability policing pivotal to ensure human security and resilience in any society. Consequently, in the field of cultural heritage protection, the Carabinieri, together with the Italian ministers of cultural heritage, foreigners affairs and international cooperations, defense and education, put at UNESCO disposal the so-called Blue Helmets for Culture, an interagency structure that is unique in its genus worldwide. The first commitment took place in Iraq in support of the UNESCO delegation as well as of the Iraqi authorities in fighting illicit trafficking of archaeological finds. The German philosopher Hans-Georg Gadamer said once, "Culture is the only good of humanity which, divided among all, becomes greater instead of decreasing." The safeguard of the cultural heritage and protect memories from our past, to safeguard the cultural heritage and protect the memories from our past, we must therefore enrich our methodology from the sphere of single and separated initiatives into an interoperable and interdisciplinary military-civilian law enforcement approach based on an effective system of mutual knowledge and unity of purpose. Therefore, I strongly believe that, thanks to today's conference, we will identify the tools we need in order to turn what we have identified as critical issues into points of strength. In the light of above, I hereby declare open the 2023 COESPOS International Conference on Cultural Heritage Protection in Crisis Areas. Thank you very much indeed for your time, for your attention, for your commitment, and for your efforts. Thanks a lot.
Mille grazie to all our very important guests. It makes a lot of sense for us to understand the wider context of COESPO's important and pioneering work, and you have manifested that today with representatives from the prefect, the province, the city, the senior command, and the specialist outfit within the chain of command of the Carabinieri. We are now a few important minutes ahead of our plan. We will have to use that time wisely because we are a rather big and newly formed family, and it will probably take some time for us to organize a successful family photo. But as you can see, with the use of the term family, the theme of a union is again neatly woven into the program. And may I ask if we have someone with us who can give instructions for an efficient photo?
Thank you so much, Joan.
Yep.
So please follow Major Lucio. Where are you? Yes. De Angelis, and at the end of the room. So go downstairs. We will meet in the grass after the square, still within this same facility. So please go ahead, and then we'll join you. The first row will be comprised of the local authorities, the deputy commander, and then please follow the instruction from the colleagues over there. Thank you so much. There is a sort of plan how to take position. Thank you, Joan.
And then you will be rewarded with a coffee break.
But you have to behave, eh? Moderator, press. Thank you. Oh, great mind think alike. Family. For the military, no hate, please. No hate for the military. Show the faces. We show the faces. Moderator is missing in action. Juan? Okay, I will step in as a moderator. Okay, I will get the money, the moderator. So with great pleasure, Professor Lori Rush from the panel one is going to give us some information about the works that they carried out yesterday. Madam Professor, the floor is yours. I haven't introduced you now, but everybody knows Professor Lori Rush, I trust. I don't have your curriculum on my hands, unfortunately, so please go ahead.
Opportunity to chair panel one has been one of the greatest honors of my career. And to have had a productive and brilliant day with so many talented colleagues has been such a pleasure and honor. We have been inspired by Colonel de Magistris, who was very clear that we were going to develop action items and deliverables. And that's what makes it such a privilege to be in this kind of working environment where the conference is the beginning, not the goal. Our first action item would be an elevator pitch, which I suspect you have already prepared and have delivered many times, especially given the distinguished guests who have joined us today. We also considered developing a messaging package that could be given, as you mentioned, please take this message home to your nations and your organizations. And I talked to a brilliant officer from the Philippines during the break, and she has already made an appointment with one of her deputy commissioners to talk about this topic. So mission success already, sir. But imagine if COESPO could provide her with a nice, elegant graphic package that she could take with her for that appointment. COESPO draws brilliant police from all over the world, people with deployment experience, national experience, advanced degrees. And we thought perhaps it might be a good idea to find a way to ask them what might be their cultural property training needs. What would be the skills that would be the most valuable to them to take back to their nations? And so perhaps to consider a survey for the students and to use that survey then for more training options and materials. We've had a request for a specific area of the world for a didactic training framework. But as I considered the slides again this morning, I realized that a framework could be used not just in the Middle East, but could be used anywhere in the world in a train the trainer kind of capacity, but also when I thought about the idea of countries where military service is compulsory, there's opportunities to train and educate and build awareness among future generations. As we've already mentioned, the idea of going back to our nations, in the panel one discussions, we also realized that there are so many organizations and initiatives at national levels, at regional levels, at local levels, and maybe making a greater effort to find out what our neighbors, friends, and colleagues are already doing so that we can build productively together rather than each of us working separately and maybe creating some of the same kinds of products. Also, once we know who our partners are locally and regionally, we can call upon each other in the event of a crisis response. As we discussed all of the new technologies, LiDAR, 3D imaging, satellites, underwater capabilities, many of us had never heard of pieces of technology that others of us were discussing. So perhaps the formation of a group whose job it is to compass the world looking for technologies that we can directly apply to cultural property might give us an inventory. And as I learned after I created the slide, COESPU already has many university partners. But as we think about especially building on the technological tools, finding university partners with specific academic skills and expertise, there may be room for even more partners. Again, going back to this idea of the extraordinary student audience here at COESPO and the COE and the Gendarmerie, Colonel DeJesse had the brilliant idea of asking each of them as part of future courses to create a graphic training aid from their own country. And imagine if each student made a training aid, suddenly we would have materials we could share all over the world with any unit that might be operating in that region. And our last but not least is specialized training with a forensic approach with respect to cultural property for military police, and being able then to bring them and increase their capacity and capability for cooperation with all of us. And with that, I close. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot for a very succinct summary of the vivid discussions in group number 1 yesterday, which was quite a large group or panel. And I know it may be a bit of a psychological challenge for all of us to now be able to put ourselves in a mood of relaxed collegial discussions in this wonderfully decorated hall. But you have to try to shoulder it, to think out loud, to share a reflection, to take the opportunity to ask colleagues that participated in other panels than your own, and to try to bring out the energy that we felt in our respective groups yesterday. So would anyone like to start? And one thing again that is important to me, that it doesn't have to be a complete line of reasoning. We are building this shared knowledge together. So it can be a thought, a reflection, a question, something you would like to add. Yes, please, sir. And do present yourself with your name. And are there microphones available?
Sorry, portate un microfono per le domande?
Good morning. Chief Warrant Officer Stefano Bergonzieni, NATO Stability Policing Center of Excellence. This slide about the improving the military police forensic, or why keep it only for the MPs? Open it up to stability policing, and I would go even further, open it up to military, general military. In NATO, we are looking at battlefield evidence collection. We had successful programs with military personnel from the MENA region. Sometimes the only forces that arrive, or the first forces that arrive, are not the military police or forensic personnel, forensically trained personnel. So just being able to collect that, even the emergency, in the urgency, those traces, and collect them in a manner they can be successfully used later on during prosecution as well. And so battlefield evidence collection, and then technical exploitation, kind of the forensics within the military. Thank you.
Now, a very relevant question, and precisely the kind of tone that we would like to encourage. And may I suggest the modality as well, if the chair could remain at the podium, and initially to see with your overview of the discussions, if you can ignite the continued conversation, Or since you have an overview, you may wish to turn to anyone who was in your group that you think may have the competence, or in another group. So any initial reflection based on your discussions?
I completely agree. And unfortunately, that item came at the very, very end. So we didn't have much time to discuss it. But actually, during the break this morning, it was also mentioned by some of our police delegates of what a valuable, maybe that might turn out to be our most important suggestion of all. And I know in working with US military personnel, that requirement for remembering to use forensic techniques to collect the proper evidence is going to be critical and is increasing in importance. Colonel DeJesse?
Yes, Scott DeJesse, U.S. Army Civil Affairs and Psychological Operations Command. Lieutenant Colonel Michael De La Cruz was with me when we had the Ukrainian team that was came to Fort Liberty and to the Smithsonian. They came down to Fort Liberty and met with the Special Operations community. And exactly on that point, Stefano, the Special Operations community on their site exportation piece. So all of a sudden we had Green Berets that became really interested in cultural property protection. Because with Ukrainians describing what's taken place, what the war crimes that are taking place, then all of a sudden, you know, that whole idea of cross-cutting, it starts grabbing a hold, and then the rest of the force goes, this might be an inside story about what our enemies and our competitors are up to. So I knew the special operations community, they expressed interest. And, you know, Mike, you know, you share your thoughts too as well, if you choose to. But, you know, watching that happen, how the worlds kind of interconnect. So that's a very important part, Stefano. Thank you.
The next question comes from my immediate right. Please, Director.
Just a comment, because Stefano highlighted an issue. Stability policing is a function which can be performed by numerous actors. So don't focus, if we are looking at cultural property or cultural heritage protection, don't look only at the kinetic side, but look also at the policing aspect, so the investigation aspect. Battlefield evidence is something, law enforcement intelligence is something else. The blue lens are crucial, so the force commander does require also the blue perspective. This is another endeavor developed by the NATO Stability Policing Center of Excellence. Kudos to you. And cross-cutting issues leave scars, as you said. And these scars are on the identity of the countries that we are supposed to support. So don't focus only on military police. They are crucial. There can be actors also in stability policing, but it depends on the nature of the mission. For NATO, there is an open club. For the UN, is something different. Under UN aegis, military police carry out military police duties, whilst the foreign police unit, the police component, carries out police law enforcement related duties. So don't focus, if I may, I don't want to lecture anybody, on the actors. Focus on the function itself and the need on the task to preserve cultural heritage. Thank you.
There's room for one more intervention in relation to the report back from panel number 1. And by all means, we also encourage our participants of the AMOT course, since you have all these prior knowledge immediately fresh in your mind after an excellent course. So don't feel shy in the rear. Anyone, a final thought, a final reflection in relation to the outcome of panel number 1? Then we will gently and seamlessly move to panel number 2, which was chaired by Professor Valerie Higgins, who is an archaeologist, program director for sustainable cultural heritage at the American University of Rome. Please, our attention is yours.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much, first of all, for inviting me to chair this panel. I echo my colleague, Dr. Rush's sentiments that it is a very great honour, and for me, a very great learning experience to be in the room with so many people who had so many first-hand experiences to share. And I think we all learnt from that. Several of the issues that were raised were actually raised in panel 1 as well. And I see that as being a very positive thing, in fact. I would say that in Constitution, our panel differed somewhat from panel 1 in that it had quite a number of colleagues from the policing background, and that gave a slightly different tone to some of the responses. But we also took extremely seriously our directions to remain on topic, to come up with action items and deliverables, and we hope that we succeeded. We were successful in that. So we were also charged, though, specifically to look at lessons learned. And with having such a large and diverse group, we went around, first of all, collecting that. And we were able to put it into 3 categories. First of all, most particularly, interagency coordination. This was felt, essentially, it needs to be better. That when you have multi-platform operations, the communication across agencies can be very difficult. One particular aspect that was raised was that it was felt law enforcement tends to get pushed to the back of priorities, military priorities coming first, and that this can have an ultimately very negative impact on the operation outcome. It was particularly recognized the need to integrate the different competencies of different agencies, to recognize them and integrate them in an effective fashion. Relationships with local communities, this is crucial, and I think everybody recognizes that. I don't think there's any dispute that that's totally key to operational success. But there was a feeling that we're not always maybe sufficiently deeply or in a more nuanced way informed about their needs, and that often the interventions don't really reflect the priorities of the local communities. Everybody had a lot to say about training, and if we can sum it up, it's not enough of it, either in breadth or depth. So to go through quite quickly in more specifics, interagency cooperation, a problem can be terminology. Often different agencies mean different things by the same words. They use the same words and they mean something different by it. We need more standardization of common practices and policies in order to achieve interoperability, more institutionalization so that everybody is quite clear about what it is and what their responsibilities are. Clearer accountability. Who is responsible for what, when, and how do you measure that? And more detail on CPP and cultural awareness in the mandate. This was often felt to be lacking, that before the mission went, it wasn't sufficiently made clear what was required. And to remember to include intangible as well as tangible heritage. And this can be extremely important, particularly in communities, indigenous communities in particular, who carry their culture much more in their intangible practices than in their monuments. Local communities, it was felt again more training on community practices and recognition of the heritage that's important to local people. Intangible heritage, also cultural landscapes, especially in the case of Indigenous people who often have a very particular relationship with the cultural landscape. And the benefit of having good relations and building trust, which is acknowledged best done pre-crisis, though obviously that's not always possible. Oops, sorry, gone too far. Action items, training. Consistently, the participants in panel 2 felt that CPP and cultural competency needs to be mainstreamed as a cross-cutting competency, not siloed into a specialization. Training, as I said, more of it, but also of a particular type. Our participants were very keen that the type of training should be more practical, more war games, more tabletop exercises targeted at CPP, and also possibly using war games as a way to measure performance of certain approaches to CPP. Training at different levels. At a basic level, the emphasis should be on reaching as wide a public as possible, and not just military, but also other stakeholders too. And maybe think about using different ways to reach those people, using technology, using mass media, because it's really crucial that everybody understands. We had some very good interventions from some of our colleagues on the AMOT course who were informing us of a very great lack of understanding generally, and how their work would be made much easier if there was a more general level of understanding. And then more specialized training, which obviously needs to be given at a certain point to certain officers who are in charge. And this needs to include things like more emphasis on civilian stakeholders, and in particular, how to do mapping exercises for civilian stakeholders. Building cultural resilience in the community. That is not maybe focusing so much on the monuments and on the actual heritage, focusing on the people. Because if you focus on the people can look after their own heritage if they get, the support they need at crisis moments. Training of trainers, more of it, essentially, and to make the training more up to date. It was felt that some of the training that happens, because the situation globally is moving so fast, that, it needs to be updated all the time. And use of recently deployed people, better use of recently deployed people. So deliverables, institutionalization of common standards and procedures with a view to becoming policy. Standardization of terminology, updated training programs and training strategies. There was a suggestion of a Centre of Excellence for Cultural Heritage Protection. It was recognized that there are some centres based on CPP, but it was also suggested specifically that cultural heritage embraces a wider field than CPP and might therefore provide a more broad-based protection. And a small deployable force capable of carrying out emergency duties, including things like inventories when they are needed, and with different competencies, not to compete in any way with Unite for Heritage, but with different competencies. Oops, sorry, go back one. Future strategies, because we were also asked to do that. Mainstreaming of cultural competency to cope with a more diverse society in the future, recognizing the increasing impact of climate change. Some of the participants in panel 2 were already in situations where they were dealing with climate change, more than conflict, as wildfires spread, and often they are the force that are called on to deal with this. The possibility of incorporating more local and Indigenous knowledge, particularly with regard to the environment. Indigenous peoples often have very good ways of controlling for natural disasters. The importance of getting data and measuring impact, what actually constitutes success. There is a kind of distinct lack of data, in fact, to draw on to move forward. And network development, which panel 1 also highlighted, but this needs a more shared understanding of what is needed and how we define things. And that is the findings of panel 2. presume.
Yes.
I'm waiting for you to tell me what to do. I'm going to stand here.
Give the,
I'm not moving.
and it's not really a hot spot. It's a sweet spot in this context. I have a couple of reflections, but we'll open up the floor initially. And it can also be nuances and amendments from those of you who were in the same panel, of course. It was a very rich summary. And maybe, would it be possible to actually to have the final slide on the wall so we can use that as an aid for our discussion as well?
Possiamo avere le slide di nuovo?
Great. Please, sir.
I do apologize. That deployable capability, yes, lack of inventories is one of the main problems that is always pointed out by Interpol Work of Art Unit. The second problem is that nations don't have proper legislation. So like a deliverable basic legal package that could be brought to those countries to improve their national legal system to actually protect their cultural heritage. And the specialized forces in the law enforcement, because without those, you can't actually enforce the law. Thanks.
Thanks a lot. And no need to apologize unless you're apologizing on behalf of your silent colleagues in the room. And any other thoughts for those of you who are in the police, since that was a slight focus of the second panel, or for those of you who have cooperated closely with the police? Oh, wonderful. Thanks a lot. Yep.
So this is clearly not something that's in my wheelhouse, so to speak, as a field artillery officer. We're more concerned about making sure we don't blow up nice things when we deliver munitions, and that's as far as our cultural heritage protection goes. But I think you've touched on a few things that talk about like why should people in positions of authority and power agree with this concept? Because ultimately, those are the folks that make the decisions and write the checks and kind of give us our orders to do what we want to do. And I think when it comes down to a mission and how do you get your, how do you highlight that what you think is important and make sure that it gets done, is that you have to demonstrate a clear linkage to the commander of troops on how protecting cultural heritage and property will lead to mission success. Once you can define that, I certainly wouldn't be capable of doing that right now. I think that ties into this elevator pitch that was discussed in panel one, is making sure that the troop commander, the infantry officer, the general officer that's charged with leading troops and destroying things and defeating the enemy, understands how protecting cultural heritage will keep the population on his side, perhaps, when the shooting stops, and prevent a longer problem with an insurgency, perhaps. Furthermore, for people out of uniform that can make these sorts of engagements, I would think that, at least in the US system, the people that kind of direct us what to do are the people that sit in the big building that's on the front of our material, on the front of the folder in the Capitol building. So those are the folks that need to be convinced that this is an important thing to consider, is our lawmakers, the ones that bring to the front to the executive branches of our governments what it is that we need to do and focus on. So I think just to kind of echo the message from the first group, this elevator pitch is essential, and look for people that may not be thinking about this topic, this subject matter on a daily basis, because they have a whole list of things that are important to them, and demonstrate to them why it's important and why they should care. Clearly, it's important to everyone in the room. or you wouldn't be here today. And I'm sure it's frustrating when people do things that demonstrate a lack of concern for cultural heritage and protection. So that would be an actionable item, I think, is how do you inform those around you that can make real decisions on the importance of protection of cultural heritage? Thanks.
If I could just say one word.
Yes, please.
In fact, it was actually brought up that the key thing to do was to convince the military command of the military value of doing it. That definitely was brought up. It was really that we had a kind of different constituency in our panel, but it wasn't ignored at all. It was brought up, definitely.
And in relation to your humble introduction, my obvious conclusion is that we need more artillery officers in the field of cultural heritage protection after your intervention. We have one final question from the floor. And Anne-Marie Orler, you will present yourself with your current position, but allow me then to highlight the fact that you are actually a former UN police advisor, and that is the senior most police position in the entire UN system. So we are very thankful that you are here. Do we have a microphone? Mike is very popular in this conference, yeah. Grazie. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I'm a little bit shy to ask my question or to add something what we discussed yesterday, and that is a little bit on what Colonel Daniels was saying. But on the police side, as wherever there is money, there's a risk for criminality, and we police officers are easily triggered by crimes. So I think that is also what we need to make the link and connect the dots really clear, that this is one way to finance terrorism and et cetera, et cetera. So that is the obvious link that I can see, and we discussed a lot in the panel yesterday. Thank you.
Very helpful. Any final thought on that, or?
No, not at all. I think, in fact, as Anne-Marie says, we were discussing a lot the kind of connection between the military side and the policing side. And not to say that we were not dismissing the military side at all, but because the constituency in the room was more on the policing side, they were voicing a lot of their concerns that I guess was kind of prioritized in our presentation, because there was a feeling that they're not often said. So, yeah.
Thanks. Yeah. Yes. Wow. Now we're becoming really interactive. So we obviously have a large audience also being with us online. And we have selected one question from one of those conference participants. And so how would you, as the panel chair and other panelists, how would you manage the increasing of, well, how would you build understanding and motivation among new generations of experts and people who will work in this field? So what would be, speaking of an elevator pitch, what would be your encouraging message for them? Why should they choose this field? Why is it important?
Right. I'll start off, and if anybody else in panel 2 would like to come in. I think really it's important because so many different cultures in the world are very threatened. And the situation that we are in at the moment is quite crucial for many people. And as we know, cultural resilience, cultural stability, we're not doing it in order to, I think it's quite important that we make it clear that when we are suggesting protecting cultural heritage and cultural property, we're not talking about just protecting sort of high culture, very expensive paintings for wealthy people. We are not talking about that. We are talking about protecting the everyday life of ordinary people how they identify, how they see themselves, what is important to them. And we have definitely seen that societies where people have a strong cultural resilience are societies that are overall more stable, they are more prosperous, and they have a strong culture which is worth saving. And it's very much under threat today. It's under threat from conflict. It's also very much under threat from climate change. And of course, those two things are very much coming together now as resources get scarcer. Water is a big one to think of. We have to make decisions on this. And this is causing a lot of conflict. And the very famous culture wars that we're always being told we're in. This is what we're seeing, and we're on the front line of it. And we have to try and do our best to save these cultures. Laurie.
I completely agree. But I'd also like to mention, in my experience, that enthusiasm and desire among the part of young people is already there. So many young people approach me and say, Dr. Rush, how do I get to be you? And in that sense, I think channeling and offering these enthusiastic young people and educating them on all of the ranges that perhaps they want to consider becoming a policeman or serving in the military or working in a bank where they pay attention to illegal transactions or starting a career in the law is helping them find those productive channels where not only can they pursue that dream, but also be really productive and make a living.
So the encouraging message from Professor Rush is no rush. With the right motivation, you will be able to advance in this field. And then if I interpret the body language right, you can actually continue the conversation with the person who asked the question in the margins of the conference because she's standing behind you. And that concludes panel 2, and we will move into panel 3. And let me also encourage you by saying that we have some clearly stated timings in our program, but there is a little bit of room to maneuver. And we're also playing it by ear, but that is under the directorship of the director if we will have a small break also. So we're trying to read the level of energy in the room. So could you, with one sentence before you leave, because it's so fascinating in relation to the topic of cultural heritage, because yesterday you told a few of us about an absolutely unique museum somewhere south of Rome, which is actually empty.
Oh, right, yes. No, I was, those of you who know the site of Lake Nemi, and there was a big museum built because there was at this time a very pioneering excavation to raise Roman ships from the bottom of the lake. Which had been used to be very elaborate triclinia or dining rooms, and they had sunk. And these ships were raised in the 1930s, and a big museum was built for them. And then, unfortunately, during the Second World War, those ships got destroyed under circumstances that have never been entirely made clear, because both the Germans and the Allies denied having any bombing campaigns in that area at that time, but nevertheless, something happened and the ships were destroyed. So now there is this absolutely enormous museum that actually doesn't have the ships in them. And so it's a rather extraordinary place, but it's still very fascinating because the story of how they were raised, how they were destroyed, and all the little bits that they managed to save from the museum makes for a fascinating story. I mean, I know because I ended up doing a documentary on it, which lasted like 45 minutes. So to do it on an empty museum. But I think it shows the enduring capacity of such stories to have a resonance today and to really be important to the people of the area today, even when they're not there.
Thank you. And it could actually be the world's most thankful cultural heritage protection task to protect the empty museum. But thank you very much, Professor. So that takes us to panel number 3, that was chaired by Colonel Fabrice Gaeng. You'll have to correct my pronunciation there. And you have the rare privilege of being the QESPO director's advisor. And your initial focus was on legislation issues, but also on Italian best practices. But you did also include a few other important questions in your discussions. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Doctor. Exactly. We were supposed to work on cultural heritage protection and international legislation. The Italian model we use is mainly as a cultural heritage protection unit from the Carabinieri. The panel was mainly composed of Carabinieri officers working in this unit, and but also some archaeologists and working also with this unit. So first of all, can consider that the international legislation concerning the cultural heritage protection today mainly consists of the 1954 Hague Convention and also the 1970 UNESCO conventions and Council of Europe conventions. It really depends, but it really depends on the member states who signed these conventions. Italian TPC, when during our discussion, we understand that the Italian TPC was mainly working beyond bilateral agreements with the countries who are asking for help, and that is mainly the framework, the legislation framework of the intervention. But under the referral, mainly under the referral of UNESCO. During our panel work, we had some presentation of different commanders of the TPC units who were or are actually in missions. For example, we had one Carabinieri from the EU advisory mission in Iraq, and these commanders were involved in crisis area, mainly Iraq and Baghdad was our example. We had also the point of view of archaeologists working in this same area, but on the South Iraq, and explaining the difficulties with the relationship between archaeologists and militaries. And also a professor who worked on the earthquake, which is also a crisis, earthquake in Lazio a few years ago. So as I told you, the model, the Italian model that we're speaking here today is Cultural Heritage Protection Command or Protection Command. Just a few words to explain for them who doesn't know exactly about it. This command has been established in 1969, and it has been working for more now 54 years, sorry, to combat all crimes and dedicated to cultural heritage. It consists of more than 300 men and women distributed in different departments in the territory, and there are 16 unit and operators department divided in 3 sections. So each unit of this Carabinieri command are working either on archaeology section or antiques section, and also we have a contemporary art and forgery. This command has been able to adapt to the different criminal developments and mainly is continuously changing in his organization and adapting to the situation. The collection of we can say also that the collection of stolen and art objects is a huge and precise work, and it represents a large amount of data, pictures, maps. So we can nowadays call it we are dealing with big data, and that can be processed nowadays by modern IT systems, and also we're trying now to use the artificial intelligence to process all these data. For example, the Carabinieri have already a national database called Leonardo, which includes a lot of data, more than 1,300,000 stolen objects. And they have just finished, or they are now finishing a European project which was dedicated to develop a system called SWORDS. SWORDS is a big database who is running automatically and will search the web and the dark web and all social medias, searching on a 24-hour basis to collect any evidence on the websites. So our first reflection was that concerning the legislation is that we need an harmonization of the national laws concerning protection of cultural heritage, because was the testimony of one of our officers that said that what is true in one country is maybe not the same in another. So it's difficult to intervene in an area without having the same language, I would say. Our first, we also noticed that there is really a need of close cooperation, as it was said before, between law enforcement agencies and dealing with cultural heritage protection and the practitioners like archaeologists or scientific. There is a need of mutual understanding. In some countries, we have some, like in France, for example, we have some archaeologists who are military, who have military status. Is it a solution? Maybe, maybe not. But there really a need to understand each other in the capacity of working on these cultural goods. That's why one of our first solution we discussed is because we have the Carabinieri have the model of the task force Blue Helmet of Culture, and we were wondering if it could be a good idea to enlarge this task force to maybe a European side, like we already under the umbrella of UNESCO for sure, or UN, but maybe you don't know, but in Europe we already create such a task force for civil protection to combat, for example, the big fires during summers in our Mediterranean countries like Greece, Spain, or France. And since a few years now, there is a European task force dedicated to intervene in this country. So, and when one country needs help, so there is an alert group who is going to intervene. We could maybe on the same model create such a task group for cultural heritage protection. You see, I cite also Frontex. For example, today Frontex have national elements on alert in their countries. And in case of any big problem like we had a few weeks ago, this personnel can also reach the country with under pressure. We also talked about training, like the other panels. Our intention was maybe to propose a training course in the QESPU. We have, maybe you know that we have different chairs in our centers, and maybe create a CHP, sorry, chair could be an idea. But we could provide these courses to not only to UN, but we can also put this course on the CEPOL catalog. CEPOL is a European College for Police, and could be this course could be like first responders in cultural heritage protection. I put also for police officers, MPs, because as Colonel Daniel said, our officers in the military organization have really a lot of things to think about. So we need to, as I think, we need to focus on specialized units. It could be special operation in a G9 or CIMIC, for example. The MP, who are familiar with police techniques, some police techniques, and also police officers for sure, like UN police officers, and in this case, we could implement. It's not our decision, but we had in this panel we had a testimony from Carabinieri, who is now advisor in the EUAM in Iraq. He's a special advisor for cultural heritage to the chief of mission. So this kind of post could be, I think, renewed in UN mission, in the EU mission, in different missions like this. I will have either a police officer or MP, for example, in the Provost Marshal Bureau, who is really dedicated to the cultural heritage protection, and could be this advisor that the Colonel Daniel was expecting, to the advisor to the force commander. I mean, yeah, we have to place it in the organization, but it could be a solution. And I was really impressed by this Carabinieri, who was totally dedicated in a mission on the field in Iraq, in Baghdad, to the cultural heritage protection. So he's dealing now with the Ministry of Culture in Iraq and with the Ministry of Interior, and so I think all the mission and all the environment is now a bit dedicated to this question. I just talked to you about the data. I think we think it's also a big deal, because all these stolen artifacts, when the units are going on the field, they have to make an inventory of all these stolen objects, or I don't know. So it's a huge amount of data, and we think we need to develop an international cooperation, like it has already been started with this European project. But we could the European Commission has money for this kind of project, so we could initiate some kind of project like this, to have like a big database of stolen objects in the framework of Europol. I think it's already existing for Interpol, maybe, but I discussed with the IT specialist of Carabinieri, and so maybe there is some solution to have a network, a European network in this side. Finally, we talked also about dissemination. It's really important, as it has been said before, to communicate about cultural heritage, and we need to disseminate all these sensitive subjects. Or still in Iraq, in this EUIM mission, the people of the mission in the mission are just delivering some little cartoons to the children in the area, in the villages, and to simple cartoons, but explaining that they are living in the middle of a big treasury, and they started to educate them about this. And this kind of dissemination can be done through what we call in the police community policing. You know, we'll have a lot of in this mission patrols from our guys, and during these patrols and during they are fronting the local community, and through this way they can really disseminate the good words. So that's it. Finally, Colonel, my director, you wanted some deliverables, concrete action. So I kept 3 of them, as I told before. So the eventually creation of European task force. Second one, propose a training course in the QUESPU catalog, and CPOL also, or maybe I think NATO has already something, but we could coordinate on this subject for a training course for first responders in cultural heritage protection. And third action possible to investigate into the IT domain, and to share these important databases that maybe different countries can have on their territory. I would just, for finish, want to thank all our panelists, and it was really a pleasure to share with you about this thematic, which I didn't know many things about before, and I think it's a really important thing in the framework of stability policing to work on this theme. Thank you.
You don't have to check your watch. We'll cover you. And that was a very rich report back. And did it trigger any thoughts? Have we managed that? Because we have someone following us with very high expectations of this hybrid conference, because the person actually sent us a voice recorded question.
As of now, we have in total 143 people who click on the link. So 143 people is something, isn't it?
Wow.
So don't feel alone. We have somebody online. So are we ready to broadcast the question?
Hi, Colonel. How is it? I'm just looking up to the conference, but I have one question to ask for the members of panels. I cannot ask a question using the number in the TV, but I'm going to share my questions, and also if you can share these questions for the panels. How we can resolve the problems between crisis heritage in the world, and also, are you sure the problems it is the solutions? Yeah.
But also be really productive and make
So the question is a little difficult to understand why, is because Professor Laurie Rush was talking. But, it's already, a challenge. It comes from Superintendent of the National Police in Senegal, Ali Sek Nindaye. So thank you to Ali Sek for his question. We'll try to decipher. We need some algorithm of Enigma code to understand the question. I didn't manage to. Have you?
I mean, we are a number of capable pair of ears in the auditorium. So if we try to puzzle this together, but there was something about the problem really being the solution, but would anyone spontaneously be able to decipher this? But I must emphasize, we're very thankful for the participant online, and this is precisely the kind of interaction that we want to have. Please, sir.
Thank you, sir. I am Lieutenant Colonel Giuseppe Marseglia, commander of Carabinieri Group for Protection of Cultural Heritage in North Italy. And I'm sorry, but I don't believe to be able to respond to this question. But yesterday we had our important, interesting meetings. And during our meetings, we offered as Italian Carabinieri our model, our standards of operations that is based, standard operation for the protection of cultural heritage, that is basically on three main points. First one, we are Italian, and we have the fortune to have the best laws in the world for the protection of cultural heritage. Our juridic civilization began since the 15th century, when, for the first time in our country, we felt the necessity to protect our huge cultural heritage. For example, the first laws in the church state to defend of important Rome monuments during that period. Second point, we are strongly convinced that the key words for any kind of action of protection of cultural heritage is the multidisciplinary method. For this reason, I see in this important international conference a huge presence of distinguished guests that are representative of many worlds. When we Carabinieri of cultural heritage work also in crisis areas around the world, we are always together, our archaeologists, historians, technicians, restorators, because we are strongly convinced that the multitasking force is the best solution. For this reason, our model, Italian model, is based on a direct collaboration. Our commander, General Gargaro, is a direct collaborator of our Ministry of Culture. For this reason, we can be described as the armed arm of our Ministry of Culture. That are two important points. And the third point, the least but not least, is to use a good dissemination. We must convince the local people in every crisis area of the importance of the protection of their cultural heritage. And this is very important, but it's not impossible, not impossible. I remember my personal experience in 2011, when I was employed in Libya, just a few days after the end of the so-called revolution. And I was employed for the monitoring of local archaeological sites under the UNESCO umbrella. And I remember when I was in Leptis Magna, that is an important Roman city, well preserved because the sand of the desert make a good job. And we see that there were not damages on this archaeological site because the local people taking the weapons by the local police that was escaped after the revolution, did the control, the patrolling, the surveillance on this important site. And I remember I asked to the ancient head of this group, of this tribal group, because it was the village near Leptis Magna. I asked to this Haji, who told you to do this job, to preserve these important archaeological site? And the second, why? Why did you do it? The answer was, nobody told us to do this service. But for why? We know that these ancient stones will be the future for our sons. This is the key. This is, I think, a good solution. Thank you for your attention.
See, that was a spontaneous applause. And I somehow have a sense that we might even have answered the online question through your response. And I suppose, sir, that this is what has also been referred to as the 3G concept. Good laws, good multidisciplinary approach, and good dissemination. Thanks. And oh, wonderful. Yes, we must take the opportunity of that. So the gentleman with the microphone, and then the gentleman just ahead, Andrea, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. My name is Giovanni De Siervo from the Italian Civil Protection Department, and I'm here as a program director of the ProCultureNet project. And I try to give some small contribution to your suggestion and deliverables. In the last 7 years, we have started what you suggested. And today I can say that we can, the framework is built to have what you said, the European task force for the dual nets at European level within the Union Civil Protection Mechanism. At the European level, we have done all the pathways so far to build a framework. Now each country has to decide if we want to register teams or to go into the building of this European task force. But the framework has been built. And we are more than happy to share those information, all the data, all the concept, and also the legal basis that was approved will enter into force in 1 month from now. And just to give the country who have been part of this development are Italy, and also thanks to the Carabinieri who took part in the negotiation with us as Italy. And then France, through the Sécurité Civile and the Ministry of Culture, Spain, Turkey, and now Germany. So it's a contribution. We have done a work that we hope can be of help to this community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for also injecting such concrete knowledge and advice. And I was one of the privileged recipients of your book yesterday when we sat next to each other. So for a final question before we round off this part of the program, Mr. Andrea Angelic.
Thank you. Well, as Commander Colonel Gang already said, it's quite important. A campaign of public information of what has been done, will be done for the young generation, as he mentioned. I would add that it's very important for the phenomenon that we heard about mission fatigue. You know, there have been so many peacekeeping missions in the last 30 years. And nowadays, public opinion and politicians are, you know, they're trying to say why the mission should last so long, why are so expensive. So it's important to know the reason of the missions. Moreover, as you well know, it would be difficult to dispatch a peacekeeping mission, if not impossible, without the consent of the Security Council at the UN level and of the unanimity at the OSCE level. And perhaps a key to unite different blocs could be the preservation of heritage in danger. Perhaps it's a guess. The last thing to my Italian colleagues and friends, we have the current Minister of Culture, I remember him, Minister Sangiuliano. He visited Kosovo when it was the first time with he organized tour of the Italian army. Back 20 years ago, I was young reporter of the Roma newspaper, and later he visited and he covered as editor-in-chief of TG2. The deputy minister, Professor Sgarbi, toured for 1 week in 2001 Kosovo, and he followed closely as the last parliamentary interrogation he did. It was 3 years ago. So we have, I don't want to mention the color of the government. That is not the point. The point is that we have a minister and deputy minister who are very familiar with what has been done on the ground. Thank you.
If I may add something, even Mr. Angeli has been posted as a cultural officer in the 90s. You said you were tasked by your commander to go on the field as a cultural officer.
Company, yes.
Yeah.
Very helpful, and thank you for sharing some of your vast experiences. And French is being mentioned here in every second sentence as one of the real champions alongside Italy and a few other countries. We hope more countries will join them. And I mean, you get the feel that, thank you, that all three groups have worked for a few days rather than a few hours. And you were really able to deliver on the director's expectations, rich feedback, actionable and deliverable outcomes. Thank you very much. And I can't help to share a reflection that I talked to a few people about. For those of us who have been involved in the emergence and professionalization of international peace operations over the last decades, there are many echoes from that development in relation to the development of cultural heritage protection. In one of the groups, someone said yesterday, well, the military and the civilians, we don't even understand each other yet. And that is precisely the kind of questions that you would hear in relation to the development of peace operations some time ago. It's about standardization, joint training, joint exercises, the development of communities of practice. It's a whole range of issues that needs to be faced, that needs to be fought through, that needs to be built on partnership, because the needs are overwhelming. No one contributes in isolation. We have to pool and share resources at headquarters level and in the field. But with that reference, it's also a little bit of hope in such an analogy, because peace operations have certainly developed and been professionalized. And right now, as some of you have suggested also from the floor, we live in very challenging times because operations do fail. And currently, member states have great difficulties to agree within our multilateral system. And some of them have really lost the appetite for contributing to difficult, dangerous and drawn out missions. But that doesn't take away any of the value of those operations. To be there alongside the people in conflict affected countries, there are no shortcuts to sustainable peace or sustainable protection of cultural heritage. So with this, we conclude this part of the conference, and now I have to openly liaise with the director. Should we gently move in to the concluding panel or have a short tactical break?
I sense that we need a stretch leg break. So shall we say 15 minutes, sorry?
Or if we can,
12?
Yeah, we should. I think we should aim for the full hour. So it's only an 8 minutes. And please, be mindful in relation to host responsibilities. There are some arrangements immediately after the conference that involves a restaurant, etc. So try to be disciplined. And we have to actually clarify one thing, because this was the reason that I was a bit delayed coming back to this panel, because there was a long line in front of the restroom in singular. So if people need to go, where can they go?
On the right-hand side, just around the corner.
Yeah. So stay on this floor, stay close, and we'll start again in now 7 minutes only to wrap up the conference. Thank you.
I mean, wrap.
Yeah, yes, we'll wrap up with the final panel.
Otherwise we shut
Yeah, yeah. It's something. Yeah.
So I know
This is Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've heard from the UN, partly through the important perspective of UNESCO, and we will thankfully hear more from the UN through UNICRI. But now we have come to a point in the program where we will invite other important and responsible international organizations that are key to policy development, key in international relations on cultural heritage protection, also organizations that actually launch field operations and are responsible for their execution and evaluation. And thankfully, our hosts have been able to engage both the European Union, the OSCE, and NATO. The principle of complementarity often form the basis for multilateral cooperation in these areas, but there is also a clear need for more systematic coordination, joint planning, action, and evaluation. So the first speaker in the concluding session is our representative from the European Union, and that is Vasil Rotaro, who is head of the European External Action Service, ISP1, and he will explain what that is for us in 1 second. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me here. Buongiorno. It's a great honor to be in this conference. Yes, I'm come from the European External Action Service, not the head of the European External Action Service, but only of a sector within a division, which deals with the integrated approach to external conflicts and crises under the Common Security and Defense Policy, just a bit to get out of these tons of acronyms we are using. The protection of cultural heritage is one of the priorities of European EU external action. And this is not only because we are looking at cultural heritage as a way of protecting the historical evidence of civilization, but because we see cultural heritage as an important element for contributing to peace, to stability, to the development of societies. The EU itself is a peace project, and of course we are looking at cultural heritage as a very important element, how we can maintain peace, how we can build peace when, of course, we are dealing with conflicts and crises. We are looking at cultural heritage from two perspectives, and they already have been touched by several speakers before that. So on the one side, of course, it's a vector of peace. It's an element which helps communities to heal wounds after a conflict, a crisis, which puts together different groups, different communities through intercultural, interfaith dialogue. But at the same time, it can be as well instrumentalized. And it was mentioned both yesterday and today in the previous panels. And it can be used as an instrument of symbolic violence for further deepening the misunderstanding, the differences between different communities. And of course, the example of Buddha statues was several times already mentioned, but of course we have some other examples like Palmyra, we have Timbuktu as well, or by destroying those cultural heritage property, it was a way of course, to further deepening the tension in the society. At the European level, we have, of course, a policy framework. In 2021, we adopted a council conclusions and a concept on EU approach to cultural heritage in the context of conflicts and crises. Then last year, we adopted as well an action plan for fighting illicit trafficking of cultural property. We are looking at cultural heritage through the entire conflict cycle, from the prevention, crisis response, stabilization, and long-term peace building. From our perspective, we look as well at working with different level of governance with partner countries, from local, regional, national, up to international dimension. And of course, we work a lot of partners, both with implementing partners, but as well we coordinate with other partners working in some specific areas in order to avoid overlaps and in order to maximize the effect of our actions. I was mentioning that we are having a multi-phased approach from prevention, crisis response, and so on. So when we talk about the preventive measures, for instance, we are trying to help countries in need to build inventories with data collections, to make those inventories as well accessible in terms of language, but as well in terms of means of dissemination. We encourage them very much and support them to digitize the inventories. We as well support them in developing specific policies by national legislators, administrative rules, dedicated crisis management plans, as well prepare mitigations measures. Then when we talk about safeguarding measures, of course, we are looking at the supporting emergency measures, for instance, the existence and proper spaces of safe, so-called safe havens, those refugees for movable, tangible heritage. Then we are looking as well at fighting illicit trafficking, and we are looking as well that the relevant enforcement agencies, border control, customs, policy units and so on, that they are trained, equipped, and aware. They know exactly what to look for and what to be careful about. And then, of course, it's important as well to look at the interconnectedness of different databases. We have already heard today a bit earlier about Carabinieri database. We know Interpol has a database, and some other law enforcement agencies have their own databases. And we are as well encouraging and supporting, of course, the partner states and law enforcement agencies to interconnect those databases. When it comes to the recovery phase, for us, it's very important as well to involve the community itself in the recovery, reconstruction of cultural heritage. We have an inclusive approach, and we are looking as well at the principle to build back better. So we are looking what are the best ways of recovering, restoring cultural heritage, which was affected by a conflict or a crisis. Of course, these measures, preventive, safeguarding, restoring, recovery, they don't need to follow necessarily a particular order. And we are facing, in fact, in a recent example in conflict in Ukraine, in the war in Ukraine, when we have to intervene with building inventories, digitizing inventories, because we have found out that Ukraine didn't have a proper national inventory, for instance. And of course, this is just one example. I was speaking the other day with the UNESCO director, and I was expressing my surprise about countries very close to European Union which do not have proper inventories. And then, of course, we got to the example of British Museum with a recent example of a lot of missing objects and still not clear if they have themselves a proper inventory. So it's clear this issue is pretty serious, not only in countries which we are usually tempted to think far away from Europe. What is, however, very important is that the partner country is very much involved and is very much prioritizing cultural heritage itself. We cannot, for instance, help them to build proper inventories if they are not providing data they have. They are not indicating what kind of gaps they have. And we understand as well that in the moment of post-crisis recovery, post-conflict recovery, the needs are very, very big and very diverse. So, but it depends on the partner countries if they prioritize cultural heritage. We cannot help them, we cannot impose them to protect their own cultural heritage if they do not prioritize this. Now, of course, I was speaking more in theory, what we are doing, but when you look at a very practical example of how we are operationalizing our policy framework, we have some instruments we are using, and I think I will start with the most visible one. It's our missions and operations, our common security and defense policy mission and operations, which is the operational side of our common foreign and security policy. We have currently 12 civilian CSDP missions, and we have I think it's 21 in total, so it makes the difference of military missions and operations. It's true that we have only one civilian CSDP mission with a specific tasking on cultural heritage in its mandate. And this is EU advisory mission, which was just mentioned a few moments ago by our colleagues. And of course, they are working, this mission, the colleagues in these missions are supporting Iraqi authorities in fighting illicit trafficking, in helping with building capacity, training, advising Iraqi authorities. However, the fact that we have only one mission with a specific tasking in their mandate doesn't mean that we have only one mission working on cultural heritage. In fact, most of our CSDP missions, they have in the mandate whether security sector reform, monitoring, and within those broader framework, they can and they do approach as well aspects related to cultural heritage. And we have very good example, for instance, of, I will start maybe with EU advisory mission in Ukraine, which has in its mandate the security sector reform, but as well international crimes, which was added to the mandate last year. And we had, for instance, a conference organized by the mission with our support in May this year. I've seen as well some participants to this event who were as well in that conference. And it was a very good event because it was an event which brought together 3 different branches, law enforcement agencies, judicial sector and cultural heritage experts in order to better interact and as well to give Ukrainian authorities dealing with crimes related to cultural heritage some lessons and some lessons learned and some indicators how they can approach this phenomenon. And it was very interesting to see as well how they should work in terms of collecting data, how to build the case in order to be successful in prosecuting after that when it comes to crimes committed against cultural heritage. And now, of course, the mission is looking how to further build on this event. Then we have the monitoring mission in Georgia, for instance, within its mandate. For instance, the mission is using the satellite imagery and open data sources in order to monitor the situation of cultural heritage sites on the administrative borderline between Georgia and the 2 separatist regions of Abkhazia and South Ossetia. EUBAM Libya, where we are cooperating with Carabinieri, as well as working within its mandate on building capacity. And then EUBAM Rafah as well, similarly working as well with Carabinieri, as well providing specific training in the field of cooperation on cultural heritage. And of course, the EULEX Kosovo within its mandate is looking as well at crimes which are related to religious hatred, cultural hatred, and so on. Then besides our CSDP missions, we have over 150 delegations all around the world. And our delegation are as well developing a series of projects. Some of them may be directly linked to cultural heritage. Some of them can have elements which are pertaining to the protection of cultural heritage. They are broader projects within our developmental approach with the third countries. I will give maybe some examples like a flavor. One of the big projects was mentioned the other day, Cash for Work in Yemen. It's a EU project implemented by UNESCO. It was the first stage, the first phase of this project was about 10 million euros. And after the success first stage, now we are implementing the second stage of the project, which worth 20 million euros. This project has involved very much the local communities, young people, women as well, providing them as well training and involving them in restoration of their own cultural heritage. We have as well a lot of projects in the sub-Saharan Africa and MENA region. We have in Cameroon, we have as well in Central Asia, for instance, when we're talking about Silk Road, where we are involving Central Asian countries. We are producing every year a progress report on our implementation of concept and council conclusions on cultural heritage in conflicts and crisis. So I will not enter necessarily in more details, but you can find this report. It's a public document which is available on the EIS website and the council on the site of the European Council as well. What we have learned so far is that, well, of course, we have to do more for the protection of cultural heritage. I think everyone agrees with this conclusion. But as well that we have to put more emphasis on preventive measures and that we definitely have to work more on having proper inventories in the countries, because otherwise we cannot really address after that properly the illicit trafficking, for instance, without having proper inventories, of course. Then we need as well to better coordinate. And we have the example of Ukraine, where we have myriad of actors now working there, trying to help, some of them bigger, some of them smaller, some of them looking for more visibility than others. And the ministry itself doesn't have the capacity, for instance, to have a clear picture what is happening there. And well, it's normal. It's a country in war. Of course, they have just few people now working in the Ministry of Culture, but the risk of overlapping, and it's very big. And this situation is not only for Ukraine; it can be as well from any other countries which is experiencing a situation of conflict or a crisis. I will stop here. Thank you very much.
We will proceed with the next important organization, and we're very happy to have Ambassador Alena Kupchuna on behalf of the OSCE with us, and where you are the coordinator of activities to address transnational threats. Please, madam.
Yes, thank you very, very much. Excellencies, distinguished participants, fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen. As the coordinator of activities to address transnational threats of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, which is the world's largest regional security organization with a membership of 57 participating states and 11 Mediterranean and Asian partners for cooperation. I'm extremely honored to be part of this conference. Thank you for the invitation. And of course, I'm happy to be part of this panel discussion on a very important topic. In this context, I would like to share with you I would dare to say, excellent work that OSCE is doing for the time being. And we started it quite recently in 2021 only to address threats caused by illicit trafficking in cultural property, and how we are supporting our membership, our respective membership, to effectively build law enforcement and border security responses to protect cultural heritage and facilitate work on the ground every day. So trafficking of cultural property, it is a growing security threat. And this is why our Secretary General, Her Excellency Helga Maria Schmidt, she produced a thematic report reflecting the work and priorities of our organization and published it in April this year on combating the trafficking of cultural property, protecting our heritage while tackling organized crime. And this report would be found at the website of our organization. So, as I mentioned, our work in this important domain started in 2021 through our flagship multi-year extra budgetary program, Combating Illicit Cross-Border Trafficking in Cultural Property in the OSCE area. We developed and deployed the world's first immersive scenario-based heritage crime training curriculum for law enforcement and border security agencies, forensic and financial investigators, museums, and ministries of culture. And by the way, these training courses, as a proposal that emerged from the panel 3 discussions, would also maybe benefit from the experience already produced within our organization. We are happy to share. And this curriculum is a truly groundbreaking work that makes a real difference to countries and communities and enhances the ability of states to directly confront these crimes. In addition, we are bringing the expertise of the OSCE region directly to participating states through the OSCE-led Heritage Crime Task Force. And I'm happy to mention that Italian Carabinieri PCP, as well as Guardia di Finanza, they are a very active part of this task force led by the OSCE. And here, within this task force, we transformed a roster of experts into a rapid response team that can and does already react to calls for assistance and respond to emerging crises involving heritage crime and cultural property protection. The task force is already active, conducting assessments across Europe and in the Mediterranean region, mapping trafficking networks in Central Asia, and providing direct expert assistance to law enforcement within participating states. The OSCE also supports the investigation of trafficking networks in Southeastern Europe and has ramped up cooperation to prevent the onward trafficking of items looted from the Kherson Museum of Ukraine, by fostering information sharing between frontline officers in the region and Ukrainian authorities, providing training on customs and border management investigations, and training on evidence collection to frontline officers. We know that conflict or crisis can put cultural heritage at severe risk of destruction, looting, and cross-border trafficking, apparently. And to help Ukraine respond to this risk, in March of last year, we launched a multi-streamed effort to build regional cooperative networks of border management and law enforcement organizations. Since then, we have trained officers from over 40 participating states to understand the dynamics of heritage trafficking during conflict, to enhance their skills in investigating the movement of these goods and facilitating information sharing between states that had led to the opening of several investigations. So what did this new type of cooperation achieve? Critical gaps in heritage security and law enforcement training were identified. Real-time information on missing pieces was obtained and shared between law enforcement agencies. A wide range of capacity-building activities were delivered, and importantly, regional networks of informed, trained, and committed national experts focused on combating this cross-border crime were created. This gives the law enforcement and border security agencies of the beneficiary countries the necessary skills and tools to safeguard a cultural heritage that would otherwise be at risk. But there is plenty more, of course, that needs to be done, and the OSCE has the means, experience, and importantly, networks to support this fight, together with our partner organizations, which already include the European Commission, European Commission, Europol, Interpol, UNESCO, the World Customs Organization, UNODC, UNOCT, the International Council of Museums, and Blue Shield International. And we are still working to expand our partnerships in the field to other critical partners. We are working closely with our partners in the European Union, and in particular, the European Union External Action Service, to align program goals and activities where possible to support member states of the EU in implementation of the already mentioned by my EU colleague of 2022 EU Action Plan against trafficking in cultural goods. We are currently in early discussions with NATO about delivering ongoing training to their member countries and their partners in NATO's eastern neighborhood, where the OSCE program and scenario-based training programs have been identified as the preferred partner to directly advance training on combating cross-border trafficking of heritage and the associated linkages to organized crime and terrorism financing. Through our ongoing work with the OSCE Mediterranean Partners for Cooperation, and they are Algeria, Morocco, Tunisia, Egypt, Jordan, and Israel, we are also starting to better understand networks that operate in and across Africa and Middle East. These partnerships not only assist our team, but are then shared widely with OSCE participating states' law enforcement to strengthen the entire network of law enforcement and border management to tackle these criminal networks. And in turn, we also share information with partners in North Africa and across the Mediterranean. And we will continue to explore how the OSCE could partner with the African Union, for example, to work better together towards our shared goals in the realm of cultural heritage. These are only a few examples of our work across the OSCE area, where we do our best to support OSCE participating states, protecting their cultural heritage and thwarting the efforts of organized criminal groups. We are drawing on our strengths, including the capacity to connect states and regions to deliver meaningful results. There is still much more to do on this topic, and so going forward, we will work and we will focus in the future on expanding the cooperation between law enforcement agencies in participating states and partners for cooperation, so as to build an even broader network of experts capable of working together to combat this crime, preparing law enforcement and border security agencies to respond to this trafficking by supporting activities to map trafficking networks, monitor looting activities, and investigate money laundering. Supporting the strengthening of partnerships with financial institutions and private sector to tackle the financial networks that underpin the market for trafficked cultural property. And also looking into the future, we will be focusing more on a kind of regional approaches. So now we are preparing to implement regional training workshops in Albania with partners from Cyprus, Czech Republic, North Macedonia, Poland, Slovakia, and Ukraine. In Malta, for North African and Mediterranean partners, in order to assess the specific cross-Mediterranean needs and understand how trafficking networks are working across Europe and into North Africa and Middle East. And coordinating regional trainings in early next year in 2024 for Central Asia participating states, which is also quite an important reason against the backdrop of the increase of this security threat because of the events in Afghanistan. To directly address the threats posed by property trafficking from and through Afghanistan, and to assist law enforcement in the OSCE area with better understanding and confronting networks moving items through this channel from South and Southeast Asian region. So I would like to conclude here by thanking the organizers of this very interesting and important conference, the Carabinieri COESPO, for bringing experts in this field together. It was very much important, and I do believe that the networks of experts, they really very much expanded during this 3 days event. We are also grateful to Carabinieri CTP, so maybe traffic CTP, yes?
Comando Tutela Patrimonio Culturale
Yes.
is the unity which
Yes.
preserve.
For your continued presence and your very much important support within the OSCE-led Heritage Crime Task Force, the passion and dedication that you bring into the work of this task force to help communities at both the national and international level to protect their cultural heritage and tackle emergency security crisis is truly very much impressive. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam Ambassador.
Thanks to the contributions from the EU and the OSCE so far, we can really see that the global mapping is being more and more complete, and we understand that there are other key actors also in this field. And to conclude this session, we will now also share the NATO perspective, the only organization, if I understood it right, that has an agreed definition on what stability policing is. And with this, we invite you to the floor, Mr. Alec Wargo, an advisor on within the Human Security Unit in NATO headquarters.
That's right. Colonel de Magistris, always a pleasure to be here at COESPO, where I do other work from time to time. It's a great pleasure for me to be here in Vicenza, which is, I find, one of the most lovely cities that I've ever visited in Italy, and that's probably one of the reasons why I always seek to come back to see you all. It's not the only reason, of course. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I shall be mercifully brief in my overview of what NATO is doing in the field of cultural property. First off, I would like to say that the NATO Special Representative, Irene Felin, is a big devotee of this particular topic, and she would normally have been here, but her schedule did not permit it. But she also realizes that the role of the government of Italy, and particularly the COESPU and the Carabinieri Command for the Protection of Cultural Heritage, are key players in this effort. They are not the only ones, but you have been bringing together capacities on this issue for some time, and you are a leader, and we thank you for that. Cultural property elucidates our past, offers a sense of who we are, belonging, community in the present, and it provides us with a pathway to the future. Destruction of cultural property in times of conflict is not a recent phenomenon. It's probably a story as long as humankind itself. At a previous juncture of crisis in the post-World War II era, the international community strengthened international law to address egregious violations against cultural property in conflict by adopting the Hague Convention and subsequently its additional protocols. This symbolizes another a key marker of what we call nowadays the rule of law. Its promulgation by UNESCO, parties to the convention, the wider UN family, and regional alliances and organizations continues, which we see today. As a values-based military political alliance, NATO has had the protection of our common heritage at the heart of its work. It's who we are and what we do every day since our inception. NATO's founding treaty of 1949, the North Atlantic Treaty, refers to the need to, and I quote, safeguard the freedom, common heritage, and civilization of our people. The protection of cultural property is clearly part and parcel of this. And this is not solely about protecting historic buildings, artworks, or other cultural sites and symbols. It is just as much, if not above all, about protecting communities' identity and shared sense of belonging. It is therefore not surprising that all NATO members are signatories of the Hague Convention. Because of its significance for a community and humanity as a whole, destruction of cultural property can give a strategic and tactical value for belligerents during campaigns and operations. Such destruction serves to demonize, demoralize, and destroy the community's identity. As we have seen in Afghanistan, the Balkans, Mali, Iraq, Syria, and most recently in Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. In light of the current strategic environment, where certain parties are challenging the rules-based order, cultural property and its protection has once again come to the fore. The discussions taking place at this conference over the last few days on how best to preserve and protect cultural property is not only relevant, it is absolutely necessary. The Alliance has been a significant player in the protection of cultural property, notably in the areas where we operate. The Peace Enforcement Operation Kosovo Force, or KFOR, continues to provide protection for designated religious and cultural heritage sites in Kosovo until the security situation on the ground improves and responsibility can be fully handed over to the national police. And in recent years have taken concrete steps towards protecting cultural property. These include measures during the NATO operation in Libya, as demonstrated by an internal study, and I'm sorry we can't release it because we are NATO, issued in 2012, analyzing NATO's success in avoiding damage to cultural property in that operation. In 2018, NATO published a doctrine recognizing the essential duty and responsibility of our military to protect cultural property in times of armed conflict, in particular when others are unable or unwilling to do so. In 2019, the Biostrategic Commands adopted a directive on cultural property protection. And in 2020, the NATO Center of Excellence on Civil Military Cooperation updated its CPP guidance, which you can find on their website. This cultural property protection training continues and will continue. This year as well, our colleagues in JALC, which is an analysis center, have just issued an online training on stability police units and their role in cultural property protection, and that is online. Importantly, at the 2022 Madrid summit, NATO leaders endorsed the human security approach. This approach brings together 5 topics of concern under one umbrella of human security, and I'll talk a bit about that later. But cultural property is one of those 5 key pillars. From the NATO perspective, cultural property in its various forms is part of the broader human terrain in which we operate. Understanding the human environment means also understanding cultural property. Protecting cultural property supports the alliance in meeting its operational objectives, strengthening resilience in crisis-affected countries and operational areas. And NATO recognizes that the destruction of or removal of key cultural property not only damages the human fabric of our allies and partners, it also negatively affects the ability of conflict-affected societies to recover, rebuild, and rebuild in the wake of conflict. We know it can weaken lasting peace and prospects of reconciliation. This, in turn, must delay or may delay our transition and departure from an operational area. In order to give greater attention to the human security approach, as it applies to cultural property protection, NATO held an international conference on cultural property protection at its headquarters in February of this year. NATO's mission on cultural property protection is to support allies' obligations stemming from international legal instruments, including the Hague Convention, and to integrate them into the preparation, planning, and conduct of operations and missions at all stages within the framework of the laws of armed conflict. It also includes delivering education, training, and exercises on the matter in order for members of NATO forces to be able to recognize, describe, and report on risks to cultural property. Cultural property protection has, for example, been integrated into the operational exercise Trident Jaguar in 2018 and Trident Jackal in 2019. The cultural property protection challenges in these exercises involved activities such as assisting host nation with museum evacuation, establishing coalition command and control arrangements, and protecting a World Heritage Site implicated in joint combat operations. There are challenges that remain for NATO. In NATO's February 2023 Conference on Cultural Property Protection, 3 key realities came to the fore. And some of you were there and know what they are, but I've paraphrased them for brevity. The first is cultural property remains chiefly a host nation responsibility unless that nation is otherwise unable to do so or unwilling to do so. This applies equally in out-of-area operations and missions as it does to Article 5 training and exercises. Second, though there is an obligation on the part of high contracting parties to the Hague Convention to put in place within their armed forces services and specialized personnel to secure respect for property, cultural property, and cooperate in safeguarding it, not all allies have these capacities. Something we are working on as we go through. Thirdly, and finally, when defining a battle space, NATO intelligence and operations specialists should have a ready inventory of cultural property identified. Though UNESCO continues to grow the registry of cultural property of great importance, there's no comprehensive data available. Knowing where cultural property is located should be built into the early stages of our operational planning. In our discussions in our group, for example, the trend was to have standby capacities when we go into operational planning. Of course, operational planning to go is often a lengthy affair, and there are ways to do that. And I think as NATO goes forward in its policy discussions, we'll be looking at how to do that and bringing people to headquarters to explore that just a bit more. The road ahead. So, recent conflicts have demonstrated that far from being the subject of care and consideration, cultural property is increasingly becoming a target of deliberate attack. So we must redouble our efforts to adequately protect it. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine confirms that the destruction of cultural property can be used as a weapon of war and is being used as a weapon of war. Indeed, Russian armed forces are targeting Ukrainian cultural property in an attempt to demoralize the Ukrainian people and to destroy their identity. Libraries, museums, architectural treasures, statues, houses of culture, and archaeological sites have been damaged or entirely destroyed, often deliberately. The scale of destruction is rising by the day, and we have yet to see the end of it. The war in Ukraine is illustrative of a wider global trend of instrumentalization of cultural property. In today's world, individual cultural identities and their physical markers are being attacked to disrupt patterns of universal belonging. But destruction is not limited to damaging or destroying monuments or buildings. It also concerns the disappearance of important artifacts, manuscripts, and other cultural goods. The threat of looting and illicit trade in cultural property has been known to feed the machinery of armed groups, including terrorist armed organizations. Much research has been undertaken on this subject, and we hope new technologies can be utilized to better track and disrupt this shameful practice. To sum up, from identity politics to the urbanization of armed conflict, the rise of hybrid warfare and the emergence of transnational markets for illicit antiquities, the nature of contemporary armed conflict has morphed. It is this forum and others like it which we hope will lead us to find innovative ways to save our cultural heritage from the impact of armed conflict. NATO's duty as an alliance is to live up to our standards, showing how culture and respect of differences is what elevates and sustains humanity as a whole. Sirs, the road is long and our work is challenging, but the community assembled here at Vicenza signals that the willingness is there to find solutions to protect cultural property in armed conflict wherever we find it for humanity's sake. Thank you very much.
Those were beautifully crafted concluding sentences that I hope will ring in our ears also when we conclude the whole conference. So thank you to all speakers for your very important complementary perspectives and also for managing so well within the allotted time. We actually have a far away question from Mexico. And the conference, the digital conference participant wonders, in some cases, the authorities that are formally responsible for cultural heritage protection are instead at the very heart of the problem in terms of corruption, right-out crime, and trafficking. What could possibly be done to try to address this dilemma? And we have pre-agreed to address this question to COESPO and the director, please.
Thank you. Just to cut it short, because we are running short of time, but we thank Dr. PhD Rita Sumano from Mexico for this very interesting question. We should talk about it a lot. However, stability policing may be the solution. It's not a matter of bragging about what we can do, but the function means bringing the police dimension into military operations. Building integrity is not just about teaching at school or in classes not to take gifts from anyone. It's also fighting corruption, investigating. Dr. De Meo, you are going to take the floor. You are a prosecutor. It's a multi-agency approach, but the rule of law, courts, and correction, so the police, the judiciary, and the penitentiary system are to work all together in unison to fight corruption, and along with the other agencies. So yes, it's very right to protect cultural heritage. We must fight corruption. It's not just a matter, however, to teach about to prevent corruption, but it's also to investigate. With the appropriate legal framework, stability policing is the solution. And this is what we have been talking about. Alec, many thanks, because you know that we propose also stability policing for NATO as the part of the solution to address all the challenges behind the cross-cutting topics of NATO, I will touch upon later. Amongst them, there is also building integrity, somehow within your remit, somehow, I know, but which I mean preventing and countering corruption, as well as cultural property protection. Again, the center of gravity is human security, the human capital, the people. I hope that PhD Rita Sumano is happy with my answer, but we do thank her. We managed to have some 168 people online, or more or less altogether. So this means a lot, almost 170 people following every now and then this event. Many thanks to all of you also for your attention. The floor is yours.
Thank you. And may I spontaneously ask our organizational representatives, you will be here for the Van d'honneur that concludes the conference. So you will be available for further discussions in the margins as well. Thanks a lot. And from a coordination and partnership perspective, it is, of course, interesting to note that the three organizations that we have now heard from, you have a significantly overlapping membership. There are additional members as well, in particular in the OSCE, but it's still interesting from that particular angle that we have the same countries with different branches in our national administration giving direction to these important organizations as well. And we have learned about a myriad of activities and initiatives, and we also leave you with that reflection in terms of future coordination on the area of cultural heritage protection. And I hope that our EU representative, that you will take back with you to Brussels the vision of a European task force. It was summarized as blue helmets. It probably should be dark blue helmets to separate them from the light blue helmets of the UN in this case. And since Kosovo was mentioned by two of the speakers, I can't help just share with you, you probably know, most of you, that the director's predecessor, Brigadier Giovanni Barbano, has recently taken over as the head of the EU mission in Kosovo, where he now is able to work on these and other important issues in practice. Appropriately, the UN has been asked to cap the organizational presentations with a keynote contribution. And Dr. Antonia Marie de Meo is the director of the UN Interregional Crime and Justice Research Institute, UNICRI. And this is one of the UN system's 5 research and training institutes. And the overall role, and I hope it's correct of me to summarize, is to assist the international community in formulating and implementing improved policies in the field of crime prevention and criminal justice. And with this, we invite you to the floor. Madam, you have our attention.
Thank you. Excellencies, esteemed hosts and participants, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Let me move this a little bit. Can you still hear me?
It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. It's an honor to speak to you today on this important topic of cultural heritage protection. The Carabinieri Command for Cultural Heritage Protection has been recognized by the United Nations as one of the most significant national public agencies in the field of cultural heritage protection, with the largest and most efficient database for stolen cultural property. This elevates the discussions that we're having here and provides a platform for meaningful collective action to protect our shared cultural heritage. Thank you. Cultural heritage speaks a universal language. It's a testament to the collective memory and identity of peoples and nations. It educates and depicts values and beliefs. Long before television and social media existed, people communicated through art. They told the stories of their civilizations, and many people, including me, believe that artists have special insights into life as it unfolds. We witness through them the intellectual, artistic, and spiritual achievements of countless generations, and we have a window into new dimensions of our present and future through their creative interpretations. This is why cultural property, with its historic, scientific, and artistic importance, should not be considered commodities for trade, for profit on illicit markets. And yet, we know many do precisely this. The retail value of trafficking in cultural property is estimated at $1.2 to $1.6 billion annually. Criminal activities encompass a range of illicit actions, including the theft of cultural property from museums, illegal excavation and looting of archaeological sites, and fraudulent transfer of ownership. It is imperative that we take necessary legal measures to address the ongoing threats to cultural property, particularly in conflict zones. Illicit trafficking, theft, and destruction of cultural property have become rampant, underscoring the urgency of our collective efforts to protect, investigate, prosecute, and recover these treasures. I'm speaking to you today on behalf of the United Nations Interregional Crime and Justice Research Institute. UNICRI is one of the 5 research and training institutes of the United Nations and the only one focused on criminal justice and crime prevention. For almost 60 years, UNICRI has been hosted by Italy with our headquarters in Turin and a liaison office in Rome. We are proud to carry out our mandate with the strong support from Italy, since our mandate closely aligns to Italian national priorities, especially on today's topic. UNICRI identifies evolving threats and trends in crime, as well as best practices in responding to them, within our wider aim of advancing justice, security, and the rule of law in support of peace, human rights, and sustainable development. Relevant to today's topic, we support conflict-affected nations by helping them to recover and repatriate stolen cultural assets. What I'd like to do now is tell you a story about the trafficking of a particularly valuable cultural property to highlight the challenges that arise at different stages of cultural heritage protection and possibly bring together some of the conversations that have taken place over the last couple of days. My story begins 25 years ago in conflict-ridden Libya, just south across the Mediterranean Sea. I really appreciated the story from the participant that took place in Libya. I was also posted in Libya as the Director of Human Rights and Rule of Law for UNSMIL. Around the year 2000, during the regime of Colonel Gaddafi, ruthless criminals and looters and traffickers came to the city of Shahat in northeastern Libya. Shahat is around 100 kilometers west of Derna, which has been in the news quite a bit because of the devastating floods that have resulted from Storm Daniel. In ancient times, Shahat was the city of Cyrene. Cyrene was one of the principal cities of the Greek Hellenic world, and it remained a great city until the earthquake of the year 365 AD, famous for centuries, and it's also protected as one of the 5 UNESCO heritage sites in Libya. It's also, however, a prime location for traffickers and smugglers of cultural property because of its rich archaeological ruins and the vacuum of rule of law and security in Libya. In present-day Cyrene, the traffickers discovered, among other things, an extremely valuable piece of cultural property. It's now called the half-veiled head of a woman. She's a funerary statue from the Greco-Libyan period, 3rd century BC. According to archaeologists, we know of only 10 sculptures of a veiled face, all women in the ancient world and all from Cyrene. She portrays a beautiful goddess or funerary divinity. Her style and delicacy make her a universal masterpiece. She represents the immense significance of Libyan cultural history to the world. And yet, she fell victim to ruthless criminal looters and traffickers. They stole her, they severed her head, they smuggled her out of Libya, and they sold her and her head and likely other parts for profit. Looters and smugglers often break apart large statues into smaller pieces called orphans, to ease the transport and avoid detection by customs and border guards. It's hard to find the words for such inhumane destruction of cultural heritage. Our first lesson, of course, is that countries with turbulent histories marked by conflict and political instability place cultural heritage in grave danger. It's well documented that looting of antiquities increases during times of civil unrest and conflict, as well as from areas with insufficient security. Ancient sites, artifacts, and museums have been subjected to damage, destruction, and looting, and countless objects of art smuggled across borders to further financial profits. In fact, in 2016, UNESCO's World Heritage Committee placed all 5 of Libya's cultural heritage sites on its list of World Heritage Sites in danger because of the continued threat of danger. The committee noted Libya's ongoing conflict, high level of instability, and presence of armed groups on the protected sites. The committee called upon the international community to increase protection for all World Heritage Sites in danger. Once antiquities have been smuggled, they may end up on display in foreign museums or in the mansions of wealthy collectors. This is what happened to the Libyan half-veiled head. In fact, she was part of a criminal investigation that lasted 5 years into a well-known art dealer in New York, who was found to have illegally acquired some 180 stolen antiquities with no provenance, stolen from their countries of origin, trafficked by more than 12 different criminal networks, some with ties to Italy, and valued around $70 million. This was, however, only a small part of the overall investigation, which involved law enforcement from 11 countries and found that this art dealer had been acquiring and selling more than 1,000 stolen antiquities since the late 1980s, valued at more than 200 million at the time of their purchase, and of course, much more now. Here I'd like to digress for a moment and highlight an interesting development in forensic science. This was something that was also mentioned earlier today. This relates to investigation and prosecution of cultural property crimes. UNICRI and the International Atomic Energy Agency, based in Vienna, are intensifying efforts to use nuclear science to combat illicit trafficking in cultural property. Nuclear analytic techniques can assist national law enforcement in 3 key ways. They can identify fraudulent cultural heritage being passed off by criminals as originals. They can identify trafficked cultural heritage, and they can identify the exact geographic provenance of certain types of precious metals. And this is important because when artifacts are removed from their original context without proper documentation or excavation, it becomes difficult, sometimes impossible, for archaeologists and historians to reconstruct the complete story of the site and its cultural significance. This information is also critical evidence for prosecutors against traffickers of cultural property, as well as for illicit trade and forgeries. UNICRI and the IAEA plan to share success stories on the use of nuclear analytic techniques to detect, investigate, and prosecute looted and fake artifacts. Back to the case of the Libyan half-veiled head of a woman. As mentioned, the US authorities seized and confiscated the head as part of wider criminal investigations that have resulted in many criminal convictions and extraditions. As part of criminal accountability, US authorities, especially the New York District Attorney's Office, are committed to returning antiquities to their rightful homes. They have to date returned more than 1,500 antiquities around the world, including this priceless antiquity and others to Libya. This is an approach that UNICRI strongly supports and seeks to facilitate. More countries need to commit to also return antiquities. I'm proud to share that UNICRI assisted Libyan authorities to repatriate the half-veiled head of a woman and other antiquities from New York to Tripoli in March of last year. So after 25 years and after having crossed numerous borders and including crossing the Atlantic Ocean, the half-veiled head of a woman finally returned home. It was a very complicated process that involved multiple international actors, officials, and civil society. I personally accompanied the antiquities on the plane to Libya to ensure their safe transport and arrival in Tripoli. We landed under a traditional water salute that created a rainbow over the skies of the airport, and we disembarked with the statues packed in crates closely behind us to a jubilant formal receiving line. Libyan officials at the highest level came to welcome home their priceless antiquities, quintessential of their rich civilization and cultural history. It's a day I will never forget. In a country fraught with human rights violations and conflict, to be part of the protection and preservation of cultural property was moving. Cultural rights are human rights, and having access to their priceless antiquities is a right of every people. UNICRE's role in repatriating the half-veiled head of a woman was carried out through our Asset Recovery and Illicit Financial Flows program, which is supported by the European Union. UNICRE has over 25 years of experience assisting countries in their efforts to trace, freeze, seize, and confiscate illegally obtained assets, including high-profile cultural assets such as the Libyan antiquities. This is highly technical, expert-driven work. Ours is not a theoretical approach. Rather, we work hand in hand with national authorities, such as in Libya, to trace and hopefully recover actual assets. The Libyan Asset Recovery and Management Office, called the LARMO, proactively coordinated the return of the antiquities. And UNICRE has worked closely with the LARMO, both to train them on international standards and best practices, and to work side by side with them to identify and trace specific assets linked to illicit financial flows out of Libya, ranging from bank accounts to real estate, airplanes, and cultural artifacts. We hope to repeat these repatriations because we know there are many more illicit assets to be recovered by Libya. The repatriation of the half-veiled head of a woman represents a clear victory for Libya and for international law enforcement and the rule of law. Libya's experience highlights the importance of international cooperation in recovering cultural stolen assets. This example also reminds us that all countries need to investigate, prosecute, seize, confiscate, and return cultural assets, which are an important dividend of peace in conflict zones. Equally critical is the training of law enforcement, who play a vital role in safeguarding our shared cultural heritage, as has been mentioned several times this morning. Lastly, it underscores the need to secure archaeological sites and maintain inventories, also a point I'm emphasizing, that facilitate monitoring and protection. I'd also like to highlight a hidden aspect of this complex illegal web of transactions, which is the link between smuggling and sale of cultural artifacts and other serious crimes, such as money laundering, terrorist financing, and trafficking in persons for sexual exploitation. Cultural property as a source of revenue for non-state armed groups was first detected in the early 1980s. From drug trafficking organizations and insurgent groups in Latin America to warlords in Africa and Afghanistan, cultural property has been traded for weapons and used to launder dirty money many times over. Instability and conflict across North Africa, the Middle East, Southeast Asia, and South America have spurred illegal trade and enabled regional smuggling networks. Some of these networks have grown, and their profits derive not only from cultural artifacts, but also from arms, drugs, humans, and contraband goods. It's important to recognize that it's important to recognize that smuggling routes for cultural property often overlap with trafficking routes for arms, drugs, and humans across the globe. It's usually the same routes. The online market for cultural property through social media channels, eBay, and online auctions is also active. Whilst cultural artifacts are often traded on the surface web in publicly known channels, they are also traded on the dark web. In fact, a lead to the half-veiled head of a woman was first detected on the dark web. Looted or stolen cultural property may be sold to customers who are not aware of their illicit origins, and many people purchase cultural property without any documentation, but this is not advisable and may not be a legal defense. Provenance of cultural property is essential. Reputable museums and collectors purchase with credible evidence of provenance, since it can be difficult to legally resell cultural property without such evidence. In fact, it's well known that legal antiquities, especially those with historic or aesthetic significance, rarely appear on the international art market without verifiable provenance. And when they do, it can be an indication that they may have been looted. Returning to my example of Libya, in the wake of the Arab Spring, antiquities crimes intensified after ISIL gained a foothold in the country in 2014. They took advantage of existing Islamist-inspired insurgent networks, and for a short time, they occupied nearly 250 kilometers of seaside territory near Sirte, Benghazi, and Derna, including the protected sites in the area around Sirte. This enabled them to plunder antiquities from archaeological sites in Sirte and beyond. In fact, during a raid of an ISIL compound, security forces found Roman and Byzantine artifacts stored in an ISIL commander's quarters in Benghazi. In 2016, field evidence proved ISIL's looting, storing, and trafficking of antiquities excavated and stolen from Libya across the Mediterranean Sea in partnership with the Italian mafia, who then provided ISIL with smuggled weapons. ISIL also traded with the Spanish criminal networks. So beyond the destruction of priceless cultural heritage for profit, we must also be concerned about the security implications of organized criminal networks, armed groups, and terrorist groups involved in the looting, smuggling, and trafficking of cultural heritage to finance their wider criminal and terrorist enterprises. UNICRI is in the midst now of in-depth research into this phenomenon. We are assessing the scope and impact of the cultural heritage crimes worldwide, including analyzing emerging trends, identifying challenges faced by countries seeking to protect their cultural heritage, and importantly, exploring the links between trafficking in cultural heritage and financing of terrorism. UNICRI also cooperates with the American University of Rome and Professor Higgins, who you heard from, to organize specialized courses on the cultural heritage, crime, and security. These courses are tailored to law enforcement, customs office officials, archaeologists, and other relevant stakeholders involved in the protection and recovery of cultural heritage. The 4th edition of our course is coming up very soon. It's going to take place online from the 13th to the 17th of November, and we invite you to register and join us if you're interested to further explore these issues of looting and trafficking of cultural property. In closing, I'd like to share 6 recommendations that in UNICRI's view are a starting point to build a stronger international system to prevent, combat, investigate, prosecute, and recover cultural property subjected to various illegal crimes. My recommendations complement the recommendations that have been mentioned by several of the other speeches. Number 1, establish a comprehensive database of cultural assets that use cutting-edge technologies for protection and documentation. Countries should invest in modern inventory systems such as digital cataloging. And again, I'm echoing some of the remarks from other speakers. Use satellite imagery to monitor heritage sites and prevent theft and damage. Enact national import-export regulations that align to international standards. Research the documentation of origin and provenance of works of art and antiquities to combat the increase in falsified and fraudulent certificates. Improve coordination between source, transit, and destination countries, and enhance bilateral frameworks between requesting and requested states, or origin and market states, sometimes they're called, that incentivize and expedite repatriation processes. UNICRI can provide technical assistance and expertise to build these capacities, and we continue to facilitate cooperation and encourage repatriation of stolen treasures. Extra efforts must be taken to preserve and protect the cultural heritage of countries that have suffered from conflict, organized crime, terrorism, and endemic corruption. We should collaborate to strengthen legal frameworks, enhance investigative capacities, and provide necessary resources to protect and recover our world's precious treasures. In so doing, we honor our commitment to justice, preservation, and human rights, and our shared heritage of humanity. Together, we can ensure that cultural heritage remains a source of knowledge, inspiration, and pride for generations to come. Thank you very much.
Touché. just what we needed to stay focused, 6 clearly coined recommendations, and the compelling case of the half-veiled head of a woman from Cyrene. A strong visualization of the challenges that we are faced with, but also an inspiring example of how they can be mitigated and overcome. Thank you very much. Speaking of key partnerships, the US-Italian bilateral partnership embodied by E.g., a US Deputy Director of QESPO, is to say the least inspiring. We are therefore very pleased that we will hear briefly from the Deputy Director before the Director closes the conference. Please, Colonel.
Thank you, and thank you everyone for your attendance today. I won't bore you with my musings of all the great work that you've done, because certainly you know it better than I would. But what I do want to take my next 5 minutes, which I'll time here on my phone, like my deputy has taught me, or my director has taught me to do, as his deputy, is to I want to take a minute or two, if you'll allow me, to recognize the folks that helped this the planning and the execution of this conference. So if I could ask everyone that was sitting in these back rooms and ushering people to join us up front here to receive a round of applause, I'd appreciate it. If I could get you folks, I see you out there. Don't make me start calling you out. Where's my my staff, my crew, my interns? If you could come up to the front so you could receive some recognition for all your work. Don't make me call you out. Everyone knows who you are, Nicola. If we could get to DSR, I mean, I know there's a lot of folks that worked hard on this. Help me with the translation, folks. Interns, I need Dennis taking pictures. PPIO, come on. Don't be shy. You've been walking around in front of the audience the whole day. There's more. There's more. Where's the logistics?
IT?
Yeah, I don't see my
Daniele?
No.
Daniele Cunsolo?
I'll catch up with you later. But anyway, I know they're still running. They're still running things. So if everybody could please, if everyone could please just give all these folks a round of applause for helping make this possible. And with that, I'll cede the balance of my time to the director, Colonel De Magistris. Thank you.
Thanks. And then we are on the threshold of closing the conference. It's been very inspiring also to learn how you have created synergies and organizing the high-level conference back to back with the Army Monument Officers Training Course. And that is ingenious from a senior leadership perspective, but I know from reliable sources, including Lieutenant Colonel Diego Delia, who has been central in making this happening for us, that it can be quite of an organizational headache, but you have managed beautifully, and we have now met your entire team as well. And also that another sub-objective was to continue to foster the cooperation between QESPO and the Carabinieri Command for the Protection of Cultural Heritage, the TPC, and also to drive that relationship into the future, of course. And we know that next year is a special year for all of us involved in cultural heritage protection when we have the anniversary of the 1954 Hague Convention. And QESPO is certainly an organization that walks the talk because you are actively involved in the two main international cooperative platforms of peace operations, the IAPTC, which is the global cooperative platform, and the EAPTC, which is the European affiliation of that cooperative platform, bringing together all the institutions that are involved in direct fieldwork, including on cultural heritage protection. Quespo's director, our host, has a rare ability to form unions with his guests and partners. On the very first evening, you warmly shook hand with one of your key partners in this and your guests. And I couldn't help, because I was standing immediately beside you, and I know him from before, and now I have the privilege of knowing you a little bit as well. I couldn't help overhearing parts of the conversation where you suggested a morning jog, and I mean a physical run in the morning. And the American colonel looked very pleased and very recognized in that sense, but there was something there in his eyes, something there. I couldn't really put my finger on it. So since we know each other quite well, walking down the stairs, so you will be running in the morning. Yes, he said, I will be running in the morning. And I said, but, you saw the but, I saw the but. The but is simply that, and the colonel said, but my God, the director is actually an Ironman competitor. And you know, the Ironman competition where you run, swim and bicycle forever. And you have just completed such a competition as well. So the American colonel was a bit humbled by the suggestion. I don't know if the jog occurred or not. You don't have to reveal that, but still. But it is an expression also of building relations and being generous and open with your time, with your institution, and with the competencies. And Quespo has embodied that with this very relevant, incredibly well-organized conference and bringing all the key stakeholders together. And hopefully this is the beginning of a targeted process in order for us to cooperate better and more efficiently in the future. So isn't it then appropriate that the last person standing in the program is an Ironman? And Colonel, our host, who is also the curator of this emerging union, will now close the circle, conclude our program and this potentially pivotal conference. With this, I say grazie mille, arrivederci. Over to you.
And now it's my turn. What a challenge. I mean, 2 weeks ago, I finished my third Ironman, but it's more challenging addressing this audience also because of your support. Indeed, this is a family, and I heard this word several times. The network has been established, and Johannes, you have been crucial in running to the event, and I do thank you. Really, I did appreciate your help. I did like when you spoke about the findings, the searches. I mean, you summarized, the beauty of the exhibition we have down in our quarters, which ranges from items found, so managed to retrieve from criminals, rescue by natural disaster, cultural diplomacy investigations. However, I mean, it's tough also to talk. I mean, I'm the last standing man, yes, between the conference and the lunch. So it will be challenging as well. I will try to, okay, one sec. So I will try to time myself as well. It's important to underline the weaponization of everything. Cultural property can be weaponized as well, as Alec Vargo said. Remember what's going on in Ukraine, what happened somewhere else. Again, I reiterate ethnic cleansing, which is an issue. And my great mate underlined as well how cultural property protection contributes to the mission success. I mentioned the battle of narratives. We must keep in mind that the population is to be on our side when we deploy, because we are thinking about fragile states in operations there. We must prevent insurgency. How can we do it? How can we influence the population? Doing good deeds. And these deeds are indeed those also relevant to the national identity. But however, we have to do something which Anne-Marie Arlay, my dearest friend from the United Nations Police Division, Standing Police Capacity, and we must enhance our cooperation. We'll do for sure it in the future. The Falcone method, follow the money. Remember the sacrifice of that judge, but he was groundbreaking when he identified the need to follow the money. And somehow I need to remember who mentioned it for the first time. There is a sort of elephant in the room. I will find it because we haven't touched upon that much on customs. And so I think it should be, yes, Dr. Rotaro, mulțumesc. We have to include also border control, customs. This was a mistake made also in Afghanistan, when the international community pledged to fight trafficking of drugs, and then they forgot to include in the project the customs. So what about the precursors, of drugs, of the opium to make heroin? Nobody was looking for the precursors, something that as cops we know we have to do it. I will not try to summarize everything, but I want to touch upon what was said, because building awareness, as the commander of the Carabinieri for Cultural Protection said, is crucial in order to also prevent destruction, but also because destruction is a mean to our people and is a war crime, something which is to be prosecuted for sure. And again, the 2030 agenda is something that we must not forget. One of the recommendations of panel 2 to establish a special unit, also European-wide, could be an idea and something we have to summarize, Arrigo, in our two-pager, because we will produce a two-pager soon, and then we will have the proceedings. I'm very, very happy that Pepe Marcelli, a great friend of mine, now in charge of the Carabinieri for Cultural Protection in the north of Italy, mentioned the Libya example, but the interdisciplinary approach. You echoed what we said in the past, but the three good concepts that Joanne said, laws, methodology, multidisciplinary approach, and dissemination are crucial. Will be echoed, have been echoed also by the three panels. I didn't know that, and Dr. De Siervo, grazie mille for your mention for the Italian civil protection. I didn't know, I was not aware about the Italian, French, Spanish, and Turkish initiative to identify a collective endeavor in the championing for, in championing for cultural property protection European-wide. And there are several very good initiatives, existing initiatives on the civil protection side that we must incorporate in our soon-to-be established network. Andrea Angeli, thank you for being with us, and thank you also for the mention of the mission fatigue. Grazie mille, amico mio. I need to thank again Professor Lori Rush. A couple of key deliverables: messaging, the elevator pitch, education, networking, building cultural awareness, and you will be hearing again resilience, the capacity to react to a shock is crucial. And within resilience, the first line of defense, remember, of any society is law enforcement. Panel 2, Professor Higgins, thank you so much for coordinating. Interoperability, I spoke about it yesterday. Today, again, is a refrain for everyone. Training, training, training. The need to establish an operational unit. Is it feasible? Let's see. Maybe a community of practice is the first step, but we'll push forward for sure. Terminology, Stefano, standardization, something which we know very well. Building awareness and inventories. Digitalization of inventories is crucial. And Fabrice, merci beaucoup for leading the third panel. Legal framework is important. It's not only the United Nations Security Council Resolution 2347, but without a legal framework, we are jobless, we are powerless. We need to influence our leadership on that. Training, resilience, awareness. So these are always something that said. Dr. Rotaro, thank you. You touched upon so many interesting points, and the European Union has got a very large, broad perspective, and the action plan needs to be operationalized indeed. But I like the inclusive approach that you have. So we will get back to you for sure when we establish the network, and we'll start talking to you. Inventories are to be established, you are right. And again, the mention to customs was crucial. I didn't know that you have 150 delegations worldwide. A lot. Yeah, yeah, we have. Okay, you are right. I mean, the ambassador left, but I mean, we acknowledge the UNESCO support. They need to have a multi-stream effort. I mean, they have a multi-stream effort in Ukraine to fight trafficking and to facilitate info sharing, which is crucial in the police world. It's not only Interpol in Europe, the European Union ACWIS is Europol as well. The sharing of information is to be timely. And I like also the idea about UNESCO cooperation with NATO, and NATO is one of our stakeholders, also the COESPO, so we cannot forget that along with the main stakeholder, which is the United Nations. My regards to Mrs. Fallin. Alec, please. I know that she couldn't make it, but we did appreciate your presence here. Let me remind what is said. Destruction of cultural property is a weapon of war. We wipe away the identity of a nation they wipe away through the destruction of cultural property. It's a means to demoralize, it's a means to destruction of the national identity. These challenges to the rule-based national order, international order, do jeopardize our own countries. So again, I think we are in the right room, and we'll make you work a little bit more in the future for sure. We have been already thinking about the subject matter of next year conference, and I would like just to anticipate that it's still something which falls in the human security remit, will be trafficking human beings, which is a little bit topical nowadays. But don't forget that the key of the success is not just putting cultural property in a no-strike list. Oh, you mentioned Libya. It was a success-ish, I would say. But don't forget that the human security cross-cutting topics are numerous. And one of them somehow falls also in this remit is building integrity, fighting corruption. The other one is cultural property protection, trafficking human beings, children armed conflict, protection of civilians, which is very broad, and then sexual gender-based violence. All of them imply values, which when infringed, imply crimes. It is stability policing. So indeed, Alec, you're right. CPP fosters national reconciliation, national identity. And then Dr. De Meo, many thanks for making this happen. I know that your schedule was hectic, so you managed to arrive. You lost yesterday event, which was very, very interesting. And I do thank you, all the panelists, not only the chairs of the panels, and also the AMOT course attendees. I did like the idea that cultural property is testament to the collective memory. This is something which you have to bring back home when you travel back. We do communicate through art. Look at it. Now, when you got into this venue, I think you were speechless, flabbergasted by the ceiling or some music, intangible maybe, so heritage and cultural property. So this is not for trade, though. Cultural property is not a commodity. So this is imperative to take measures to protect cultural property, especially in conflict zone. Yes, I do agree with you. And I was stricken also by the example. 10 minutes have gone, so it's time to close to an end. I believe that you are very right when you say that cultural property equals to human rights. Human rights is something to be upheld by police. Community policing is crucial. Community-oriented policing is crucial to win hearts and minds of the local population whenever we are deployed or back at home. So if you want to leave behind long-term peace and stability, we must move forward in unison. I thank you for your attention. I thank you for your commitment. And I do thank you in advance for whatever you are going to do to support us in this magic endeavor. Thank you so much, and Godspeed to each one of you. Safe travel back home. And a huge thanks to, I'm very grateful to the whole team. We touched upon some names, but it was really a collective endeavor. So again, next time we carry out a police crackdown, it will be less difficult. All the best. So now 2 seconds. The guest speakers, keynote speaker, the moderator, and the panelists, please join me in front of the desk because I would like to, the podium, whatever is it, the name, I would like to give you a token of appreciation for your time and commitment.
Yes, it's been a pleasure. First, well, ladies. Last but not least, Dulcis, Dulcis, il punto, Latinus. Applause for for sure we had another during the lunch, so that's very valuable. That's downstairs. Thank you.